Yeah. You stay out of my head because I was thinking the same thing. You stay out of my head. We're on you. I accept the
Right back, look on the when you walk in.
Jim Marco?
Yeah. I'm fantastic.
All right, heads up. This is cat, he's 4 hours 6 minutes. That's fine. Heads up, yeah. That's 5 0. Yeah, That's right, that's right. But she will come in here and look right at you like.
I know that one too, so yeah.
You should put this up, so don't nobody, don't want that on the floor. But if you push it. Yeah, just push it.
Okay.
Just push it up.
So nobody trip over. Yeah, you go. I was tripped the last time.
Yeah.
That's right. They need to take that thing up. I don't know why it's still down there. They don't bring quick to be no more.
Just in case you get that type of person in here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God for that. Cause I got tired of putting my fingers.
That's right. You going? Oh, shop in here. Check, check.
Oh, it's cold in here. You cooled it off in here?
Yes, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, I came in here at 4 o'clock.
Good. I usually got my jacket on. I'm not on my jacket, but I'd be sitting here. My hair was just. Sweating. Everybody good?
Maybe one on the podium.
Ours is working. I think they fixed the council president as well too.
Yeah, he went there.
The beer's just left.
Thank you, and Councilman Ashab.
Exactly. Exactly. I let him know, he's in your spot.
Hey, how you doing? How are you?
She ready to get? Ain't like she got her on.
You know what?
Got nothing. Put it in the mic.
Battery dead. Battery dead. If you don't mind. Oh, I can use. Oh, these are these are new? Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
No. No. No.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Just in case. To have and not need, and need and not have. Okay, Ms. Manica, we have 7. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us tonight. We are calling to order the Highland Park City Council in-person and virtual regular meeting scheduled for today, Monday, August 21st, 2023 at 7 p.m. As far as the opening ceremonies and a point of order, we were scheduled to have a workshop on an item relevant to City Council. We will have that workshop at the subsequent meeting. This will be the first time that our City Council will be able to discuss the matter in question unencumbered by any lawsuits. And so we will have workshops on that issue. This is the issue brought forward by Ms. Shop. We will have workshops on that issue with the input of the citizens at a future hearing moving forward. So we will be having workshops on the issue. He brought it forward and we'll discuss it later in the meeting during council affairs. He'll be able to explain what his plans are for that particular initiative and the workshops that'll come. So for those of you who saw a workshop on the agenda and we changed it at the last minute, we had a good reason to do so. So I wanted to make that clear as part of the opening ceremonies. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you call the roll?
Here.
Councilwoman Martin.
Here.
Councilwoman Manica.
Here. Council President Robinson. Here. Council President Thomas.
Here, thank you very much. For item 3, this is the approval of the agenda. Members, have you had an opportunity to review the agenda? If so, you can please take action on item 3 at this time. The floor is open.
I move to approve the corrected agenda for Monday's meeting, August 21st, 2023.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Manica to approve the agenda as is. Do we have support?
Support with questions.
We have support from Mr. Al Shafi with questions. Mr. Al Shafi, if you would.
I'm not seeing what was corrected, Council President. Was it the date, the time, what was it?
A day.
It was the date, sir.
Oh, okay, all right, then we're fine.
So we have
I
a
yield back.
motion on the floor. Do we have additional questions related to that item? Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on agenda item 3?
Councilman Jaffe.
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica.
Yes.
Council President Robinson. Yes. Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carries. The agenda is approved. For item 4, the approval of the proposed minutes, in-person and virtual regular meeting for August 7th, 2023. City Council, what's your pleasure on this item?
Move to approve the proposed minutes, in-person and virtual regular meeting, August 7th, 2023.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the in-person and virtual regular meeting minutes for August 7th. Does she have support?
Support with amendments.
Mr. Al Shafi, please, your amendment, sir.
Okay, section 6B, resolution to use the title LLC auction service to sell city-owned properties. I would urge the council to reconsider this and to walk this item back. This is something that should have been put out to bid. And it also needs a supermajority vote, which it did not get. It only got a 3 vote.
Item 6B, this is the resolution to use Title Check LLC auction services to sell city-owned property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want us to reconsider this?
Yeah, yes, sir. I want the council to reconsider that particular item. As I said, it needs to be put out to bid. It can't be a third-party recommendation. I respect Mr. Eric Sabri, but he clearly overstepped his place when he asked the city to pick up this particular company instead of putting this item out to bid, which is what it should have went. And on top of that, I would also like to point out, it was brought to us by the wrong venue. It should have been brought to us by the city treasurer, not the administration, because it's the city treasurer's job and responsibility to make sure the auction goes through her and the sale of these properties.
Okay, so those who were in favor of that item, this was Thomas, Manica, and Martin.
Mhm.
The nays were Robinson and Al Shafi. So we passed that at a vote of 3-2. So what you're suggesting is that we go back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you feel that you will have support to change the votes of either of these other members?
Yes. You're not trying to be difficult, Council President. I just want the process to go the right way.
I don't think you are. What the clerk is explaining to me is at this point, the only thing that we can do with this item is the approval of the minutes. It is what it is. It says this is item 4, and what we can do here is the approval of the minutes. Now you can vote nay on the approval of these minutes in protest to that item. I don't really know how we would go back and address that because it was approved to use this resource. And if I'm not mistaken, we were recommended this resource by the actual county clerk who administers auctions. So at this point, the only thing I believe we can do is move it forward with the vote, either voting in favor of it or voting against it. Mr. Al Shafi, the clerk is explaining to me that there, at some point, you can ask for this item to be added to rescind this vote. You only need 2 council members for that. Yourself and someone else can take this item up for question.
Okay, well then I would like to make a motion to rescind this particular item.
Well, okay,
No,
so
no.
what? No, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to make, I would like to make a motion to rescind this particular item.
I don't know at this moment, the best way to help you achieve the goal that you have there. And if you feel strongly about it, I think we should figure out a way for you to get that item brought up again if it's possible.
Okay,
But at
well,
this
Council
point,
President, it's got to be done before these minutes are approved, you know what
So
I'm saying?
the only thing that we're doing here basically is just to either approve them or not approve them. I think that's all that we're doing. I don't think that we have the ability to change the course of the votes that are recorded. I went through and I read the item. I know the one you're talking about specifically. It was carried by a majority.
Not a supermajority, though. It needed 4 votes.
Supermajority is for overriding vetoes only.
No. You know what? Council President, I would suggest that we look at chapter 7 in the city charter for these particular items, especially for land developments and major sale of city properties. It requires a supermajority vote.
Which item, sir? I'm in chapter 7 now.
If I may.
Yes, please, Ms. Burton.
So, Councilman, first of all, good evening, council. Councilman Shafi, I believe you were the one of the. persons
Ms.
that
Burton, I
voted
can't
no.
hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Ms. Burton. I'm sorry.
Okay, you voted. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
You voted no
Yes, ma'am.
on that particular item.
Yes, I did.
So in terms of the reconsideration effort, it would have to be brought by one of the parties who actually voted yes.
I can't hear you.
Here we go.
Okay. Okay, so one of my council members, so what you're telling me is only the council members, which is what I read, and which is what I thought was the case, only the council members who voted yes can rescind this particular vote.
Correct. One of them.
Okay. All right, then it's in y'all ball for it, then, Council President. But the rules have definitely been violated.
Okay, so back to the matter on the floor right now. This is the approval of the minutes. Mr. Shafi, do you wish to remove your support or will you still support? the approval?
I wish to rescind my support. Yes,
Thank you
sir.
so much. So we have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Manica to approve the in-person and virtual regular meetings for August 7th. Do we have support? The chair offers support. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on the approval of the minutes?
Councilman Shafi,
No.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes. The minutes are approved. At this point, we will turn the floor over to Mayor McDonald so that she may address the public and city council. Mayor McDonald, the floor is yours.
Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, citizens of Highland Park, City Council, and administration. Only have a few things. One is first, I'll start with thanking people. I want to thank the Eastern Block Club for their awesome event that happened on yesterday between Third and Hamilton. It was really, really nice event. They had a Taste of Culture, and which was a vendor and food festival. So thank you guys for that. I also want to thank Mr. Willie Johnson, who held his 20th barbecue cookout and or what you call a contest. He had a contest, which was awesome. It was held in Avalon Village. So shout out to Mr. Johnson for his 20th year. Looking forward to more. Also, I want to thank some of the residents who have been continuously coming out. This weekend, I went by a senior's house who needed some help. And so, I went by myself, but the citizens on that block came out to help. So I want to thank them for just joining in and trying to make sure that the senior could be able to see past her fence and get up all the bushes and stuff. And that's the efforts that it's gonna take. I will continue to go out for anybody that needs help if I can get help with them. So I appreciate that so much, those citizens that came out. On the agenda is a $300,000 grant that I hope the council consider. It is for seniors who live in houses on the streets who need energy efficient products like roofs, doors. It was a list of things, so I don't have them all on here. You must meet the needs, must meet the eligibility requirements. You have to own the home yourself. You have to be within a certain guideline, an income guideline. And so this is for $300,000, and we're trying to do, I think Mr. Burgess said about 30 seniors, if possible, 20 to 30. So if you know anyone who meets that requirement, please let me know. And so I can write it down and we can come by and look at the house, have somebody come by and make sure that it qualifies. So I hope you guys can let me know of some people that you might know. Auction will go live very soon. The list of properties will be placed on the website. Signs are out front of the homes that are slated to be auctioned off. So if you see one of those little signs, just know that's one of the houses that's going to be auctioned. The auctioneers have done their due diligence. We have signed a contract. We will sign the contract and making sure that we go for it. We're getting rid of these properties so people can buy them and develop them. I'm hoping that people will join in and trying to make sure that they get some properties. There will be continuous auctions, not just this one. We are obligated to, according to the charter, to have these auctions quarterly. And so be on the lookout for them. If you don't make this one, there's going to be another one after that, probably about 3 months from now, continuously, so that we can continue with getting those properties off of our, can't ask questions right now, sorry. Can't ask questions right now. Getting those properties off of our tax roll and into the hands of others so that they can put it, they can start paying taxes on it, which helps the city. It helps the city grow. The more tax base we have, the more we're able to hire and to do things that we need to do. So that's all I have for you right now. Thank you. Oh, and I want to make sure that, I'm sorry, I want to make sure everybody knows that, you know, I've been listening to a lot of stuff and I try to ignore it and I'm going to ignore it. But in order for this city to go forward, we have to stop these backdoor backstabbings, dealings, all this kind of stuff. We have to get this city in order. And the only way we could do that is if everybody is on the same page. So I'm looking forward to working and getting this done. And I hope you are too. That's all I have.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the section of the agenda where we have citizens' participation for agenda items only. So if you will please take a look at the agenda.
Council President, you forgot to ask us if we had any questions for the mayor.
I don't know. We don't routinely.
Usually you do, sir.
Is it something that?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. Okay, so my first question is, how is our police department looking?
We have 2 people in the academy right now. We've
Okay.
hired 3 since I've been here already. So that's 5. And I think the chief is over there. We need about what, 5 more? Yep, 5 more to fill our roster.
Okay, okay. So how many officers do we have as of right now?
Chief, what we got?
I don't share that information.
Oh, okay. We can't share that information publicly.
Okay,
But we are still in the process of hiring. If you know someone, anybody, if you know someone who wants to be a police officer, please let us know. It's on the website. Go to the website, fill out the application. We are hiring and we're trying to do, get as many as we can filled.
okay. Have we decided on a DPW director yet, or we still have a supervisor?
We still have a supervisor and we will have a supervisor until we can get someone who's willing to take the part-time position
Okay.
at the rate that we can offer. getting a full-time position would cost us at least $120,000 or better. No one with an engineering license can work for less than that or don't want to. So we still are looking to hire a part-time. We've been advertising for it, but we've got no one to take the bait. We did have one person, but then he found out it conflicted with his other job, so that didn't happen. And until we get one that's qualified, we'll still have a supervisor.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is because according to the charter, only the DPW director can access Act 51 funds. And I remember about 8 years ago, we were looking at a fine from the state for about $1 million for the mismanagement of the Act 51 funds.
After reading the Act 51 obligation, it requires us to have one person be the access to those funds. It does not ask for a director.
Okay.
It just says one person from
So
the
that's
city.
that's in the act that the state set aside?
Kathy, can we get that to him, please?
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Please, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, all right. The last thing, and I'll let you go, just 3 questions, as Council President has said. I wanted to talk to you about the water department and their policy. Okay, so over this weekend, and it was a minor little technical error, but over this weekend, my son had his water shut off. It shouldn't have been shut off, but he had it shut off. He paid the bill, but somehow he got on the list. It's clerical error, it happens, okay? So he had his water shut off. What they did was they closed the office and then they come out and they shut off the water. Now, this is a practice I've noticed. They close the office.
On the weekend?
Yeah, on Fridays. On Fridays, they close early on Fridays. Everybody here knows they close early on Fridays at 2 o'clock, I believe it is. Okay. Then they send their people out and they turn off people's water. So my concern is what happens to the residents who doesn't have the access that I have, who's not sitting here on city council, who doesn't have Kathy Square's personal number, and who doesn't have Mr. Garrett's personal number. What happens to those people who accidentally or by mistake get their water shut off, nowhere to go, no one to call, and they have to sit from Friday afternoon until Monday afternoon? That's 4 days without water.
So Mr. Garrett has an email, and maybe some people might not have access to that, but he has an email that can be accessed at any time. And I can honestly say he watches those emails.
Okay.
So if someone sends an email to him saying, hey, my water is shut off accidentally, what am I supposed to do? He's supposed to respond. But I'm gonna ask Mr. Garrett to come up and talk about that. That's why they're here.
Yes.
Good evening.
How you doing, Mr. Garrett?
So first of all, a couple of points of clarification. Water department closed at 4:30, not 2.
They close at 2 on Fridays.
Not all,
Yes, sir.
that's not every Friday.
Every time I go up there to pay the bill, yeah, they're closed at 2 o'clock on Friday. Any resident in here, I tell you, they close them doors at 2 o'clock on Friday. They're gone.
At the front.
At the front.
Okay, but we still working.
Right. But that's the only access that
understand.
residents would have. You know what I'm saying? I'm simply suggesting that maybe we can change that policy, and maybe you guys can do your shut-offs on a Thursday and give the residents Thursday and Friday to make some type of arrangements instead of them sitting all weekend, because maybe they might not have your email and maybe they might not have a way to reach you. Then what do they do? Okay. Not everybody is Councilman Shopping. Okay.
I understand that. So
I have an access that they don't have.
Shut-offs are not designated on a particular day. So
Okay.
they can happen any day from Monday through Friday. So it's not strategic where we wait
Okay.
to shut people off on the weekend. That would probably be the worst time to do it.
Yes, it
So
would
that's not normal operating practice.
Okay.
So if you get on the shut off list
Mhm.
and it's a Tuesday, then it happens on a Tuesday. It's all dependent on what you've done in your billing history. So it's not like, hey, let's wait. Now, one of the things that's out there is this BSNA being able to pay online. Okay. So
Yeah.
one of the things that we've talked about is unless you're checking that every day, you can get shut off and have made a payment,
Yeah.
okay? So one of the things we've been talking about internally since that issue that you spoke about happened was trying to get that paid 48 hours before the day. So if it says you're gonna get shut off on Friday, that you should probably make that payment because we can't check that every day. And if you make a payment online, it doesn't post.
Mhm.
So we have to constantly go and check.
Check
And
and
if
check,
10 people do that, there's no way for us to actively
Mhm.
get that. So we need to update the policy.
Mhm.
So yes, if you're to be shut off, it'll be beneficial to get in at least the day before that so that we can do that checking and make sure that you don't get on the list and get shut off and actually make the payment. So that's what happened since late last week when we had that issue.
Okay, yeah. You guys responded extremely
Yeah,
fast.
but I understand like everybody
Yeah.
doesn't have the connections that everybody has.
Exactly. So the mayor, she mentioned your email. Is there a way that we can mass produce that, pass that out to everybody to make sure everybody has it?
We can get, if it's not on the website, we can get that contact information on the website.
Okay, perfect.
So we can, we're here to service the community, and if people want to get in touch with me, I'm here.
I appreciate that, Mr. Gary.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No problem. Any other questions for me? Anybody? Somebody? Okay.
Okay, so unless we have any other items from council members for the mayor, we'll move on into citizens' participation. Some hands went up fast. So this is for agenda items, okay? I'm sorry. Only for the agenda items. The things that can be discussed will be item 6, the second ordinance reading, the tabled item, the resolution to sell 55 Avalon, the reappointment of Andy Zobo and Jeffrey Harris, community development, accepting the resolution for $300,000 in the grant, the engineering, the safe streets and roads, and the submission of the monthly finance statement. So those people whose hands are raised, you're raising your hand for the agenda. Okay, we're gonna start in the back. Sir, you in the middle. He's deferring to this, okay. All right, so we're gonna start from the back and work our way forward, okay? Thank you, sir. Ma'am, let me go ahead and set my timer. I gotta do the 2-minute thing.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mama Shu. I'm the founder and CEO of Avalon Village. I'd like to say hello to the mayor, administration, and also community. This is in regards to the item number 7, tabled item for Avalon Street on 55 Avalon. Since 2009, Avalon Village has been transforming blight to beauty on Avalon Street between Woodward and 2nd Avenue. Perhaps due to the positive notoriety and overwhelming national media attention to Avalon Village and Highland Park, Michigan, PMP 51 Avalon LLC, an out-of-state investor, purchased 51 Avalon from the Wayne County Land Bank in 2017 for over $20,000. We also bidded for 51 Avalon. Obviously, we could not go that high. Prior to their purchase of 51 Avalon, our project manager informed PMP 51 Avalon LLC that we were looking to purchase this property to add to our project. After the purchase, there was some discussion with our project managers that they would consider donating the property back. That didn't happen. I have even contacted them on several occasions about purchasing the blighted house to no avail. To date, only the roof has been repaired and the garage was updated for tool storage. The house has been boarded up for years. Currently, PMP 51 Avalon LLC, the out-of-state investor, is attempting to purchase 55 Avalon and adjacent to 51 Avalon and also 59 Avalon, which we have owned since 2016. 55 Avalon has become our community garden and outdoor classroom to feed the people and to help address the blight on our block. If 55 is sold to PMP 51 Avalon LLC, it will add to the blight just as 51 Avalon has. Unfortunately for our block, our community, PMP 51 Avalon LLC has a track record of doing the bare minimum to 51 Avalon. Meanwhile, Avalon Village has a long track record of the following: mowing the grass at 51 and 55 Avalon and the entire block, watching and securing properties to make sure they're not vandalized, beautifying and building up the area around the property for residents and citizens to enjoy since 2009, repairing sidewalks up and down the block, adding value to our city and the entire community, continuing to be a grassroots land developer in the city I was born in, continuously bringing positive media to Highland Park, a city that many others feel is ratchet, hell, and hopeless, demonstrating that we have citizens who care and want to see our city restored,
I'm gonna give you
loved,
15
and
more seconds.
prosperous.
Keep going, sister. 15 more seconds.
Continuously add and find resources that help to rebuild our block, thus far receiving in a span of years, close to 1.5 million in donations, grants, and in-kind philanthropy from other communities that love our work, and currently working on receiving funding from the Michigan Health Endowment Fund, Huntington Bank, and Chase Morgan Stanley.
And you know I love you, sister, but I hate to interrupt you, but I gotta be.
I'll
and
finish it up.
I'm switching.
I'll finish it up later. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me do something here while we sit here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dawood Clark. I'm representing Dream of Detroit, which is a nonprofit about a mile from here. And we came here today to support Mama Shu. Now, I'm a 62-year-old man. I'm referring to a person who's not physically my mother as Mama Shu. She is here for the community. She has shown nothing but love, respect for this community in Highland Park. And that land, by any means necessary, should be turned over to Avalon Village and to Mama Shu. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, coming from the back. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, council. Good evening, Highland Parkers. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Jimmy Brown. I'm a hip hop artist, plus a Highland Park resident. And I believe that property that rests on Avalon Village should be turned over to Mama Shu, because this woman has taken that situation over there from one that was in not the best way, but in the best way that we can see it as now. And I think that by her doing that, her watching over that land and mowing that land, it's a garden over there. It supplies something to our city. It gives our city something that we don't have. So I don't understand why somebody that's not a part of this city should have that land when they got a piece of the city already that they not taking care of. That house been boarded up. We walk past there all the time. It's a part of the blight. So I don't understand why they should even have another piece of the city to have more blight. PMP what? It sounds more like PIMP. It's a pimp. You understand? This is our city, Highland Park, and this lady keeps it up. At least the piece that I know, the piece that I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Additional citizens that would like to be heard? Good evening.
Afternoon to you all. Good evening. I have frequented that block. So much loss has occurred there. For so much beauty to come afterwards, I feel like everything on there should belong to her. For what she lost, it would be there. And instead of turning her back on the city, I mean, I'll be honest with you, if I had taken the hit she's taken, I'd be out there. I wouldn't even want to see the street or the word Highland Park. But she stayed. And she has taken her loss, her hurt, and her pain and turned it into beauty. And I've been over there at night. I generally don't even come out at night. And I'm 56 years old. I'll be in my house early, and in the city of Detroit and here. But I'm safe. I feel safe over there, and surprisingly behind what has happened over there. And I just see the whatever the spirit is over there. It's good and it's of God. And I've seen young people that I would never be in the presence of. I've act accordingly. I've never seen the spirit move in the way that I've seen it over there. Okay, and I just think that our city of Detroit, the city of Highland Park, keep being sold away to people that's not even there. And why? Why won't our city belong to us? We have some residents who want to take over and make things better. Why not? We got to look at it anyway. If we want to uplift it, why not? And this Mama Shu have shown herself approved by all, before us and before God. whether it was intentionally or unintentionally, she has shown herself approved. And I think that it would be an atrocity for another big corporation to get hold to some property that belongs here with the people who are taking a good care of it. Okay, I mean, it makes sense, it's common sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was your name?
I'm sorry, Leslie Cartwright.
Thank you. Have additional citizens that want to be heard? I see some hands of some people that have been sitting after this young man, rather with the burgundy shirt on. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon,
How are
good
you, sir?
evening. I'm good. My name is Karan Wilkerson. I'm a lifelong Highland Parker business owner right here in the city of Highland Park. I'm a part of the Highland Park Youth Committee and stayed about Glenda McDonald. And I came over as well to speak on the behalf of Mama Shu and the village because of what it means to me. I had to come because as a resident, like I said, as a lifelong Highland Parker, there's a lot of things that I feel like, unfortunately, weren't present enough in my upbringing in the city that I love so much, that we love so much. And now, as an adult, I get to watch Mama Shu and the entire Avalon Village work day in and day out to bring those things and work with the city of Highland Park to make sure that the things that are going on benefit the community in every way possible. We recently went to the Avalon Village for an event, and the event was beautiful. Everything was wonderful, and people kept asking if Mama Shu and the village owned this particular property. It's a house that sits there. And I didn't know, but I found out later that she didn't, and it made so much sense because if you look at it, it's the only thing that is not beautiful right there. But the garden that she's placed on the lot next to it, 55 Avalon, I believe it is beautiful. And that's what she has done to continue to make her community, our community, better. And it's I think imperative of us to do everything that we can as Highland Parkers, as people that care about the city and want this city to be as best as it can, to make sure that we are making decisions like this with that in mind, especially when it comes to 55 Avalon. Mama Shu and the village not only have put in, like the last person said, God's work in making sure that everything over there benefits everyone, but we have seen firsthand that the people who are potentially able to get this have not done exactly that. And so I just think that we should all do our part to make sure that this city is taken care of and the people in it are taken care of.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, for this honorable body. My name is Jerome Drain. I'm a resident on Monterey. And I am here for item 8 under administration. I'm asking this honorable body to reconsider the reappointment of Annie Zobel and Jeffrey Harris. I watched the last council meeting when they were denied reappointment. And there were a couple of statements that were made. One had to do with how long have they lived here and where did they come from? So one is, so Jeffrey has lived here for 10 years. He's been on the historic district since 2015, and he's a very active member of the Moss Block Club. So it's not like he's coming in, he's been here, he's rooted in the city of Highland Park. Now, Annie Zobel, Annie's family has lived in Highland Park for over 60 years. And Annie has been a lifelong Highland Parker. The family has been lifelong Parkers. Annie has served and worked at HP Defco, which is now defunct. She has worked for the Highland Park Business Association, who is continuously active. And Annie became the actual chair of the historic district when Mr. Frank Ross stepped down, and she became the chair. And under her leadership, HDC has been able to be recognized as a historic preservation certified local government. And so what does that mean? That means that the city of Highland Park and the historical district can go after many grants specific to historic designation. And that came under her grant. And so again, I would like for this council to reconsider the appointments of both Annie Zobel and the historic district. The next item, of course, I am in support of Mama Shu and that property. So I didn't come up here for that, but I wanted to make that clear. Thirdly, I just wanted to get a clarification on the My Hope grant. And so, Mayor, is it the understanding that that grant is only for seniors?
Yes.
Is that a result of how the city plans on using those funds? So I'm saying, is that the result of the city using those funds only for seniors? Because under the My Hope grant, it is open to individuals, homeowners, and it goes by, of course, income eligibility and a couple of other items, but it is not segregated to seniors.
Mr. Burgess, when he applied for it, and he said it was used for 30 seats. And so when he sent the information, let me go to it. Mr. Burgess, are you on the line?
I don't see him here.
So here's the grant. Pull it up. Bear with me. My phone will attach. Okay, this is what it stated. The state of Michigan through MISHDA My Hope Round 3 has awarded the city of Highland Park a $300,000 grant to make energy efficient improvements to homes in the city. The grant will focus primarily on Highland Park senior citizens living independently in their home. However, funding may be used in areas that, in the administration's opinion, may attract developers to the city. So My Hope funding will be used to renovate 12 homes in the city with approximately $22,500. My Hope assisted activities are limited to roofs, storm doors, exterior doors, windows, modifications, efficiency replacement of boilers, cooling cold only, ventilation systems, water heater upgrades, including on-demand retrofitting, and up-to-date and exterior security lighting. The city must submit a written outline of the complete process by carrying out this grant. I would appreciate your assistance in identifying approximately 12 of senior citizens in the city living independently, and what process will be used identifying the select the 12 citizens. Shortly after the city's process for executing the grant is approved, MISHDA will ask for your assistance in selecting the 12 seniors. Attached are some of the qualifications that must be met. So,
okay,
we are using it.
Okay, all right. So when the application went in, it went in specifically
for senior citizens.
Okay, all right. And the reason I was asking is that we're doing that same
Mr. Drain.
for other.
Mr. Drain.
Thank
You're gonna get me dragged out of here.
I'm sorry.
People in the back with your hand up, thank you for being patient. All right, and if you guys don't, I don't mind if you queue up. The next person who wants to go afterwards, I don't mind if you guys queue up, okay? Good evening, ma'am. The next person who would like to go, it's okay if you stand in that aisle right there. That helps me know. Thank you very much. Give yourself a little distance though. We still got the fire marshal to worry about, okay? All right, ma'am, if you would.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Sandra Sanders, and I'm on behalf of 51 Avalon. I'm the one that you really need to talk to. I'm the one that created that garden. I planted every plant, every fruit, every vegetable, everything in there, and I maintain it. I came to the village in 2021 as a volunteer I seen 51 Avalon, it was overgrown with bushes and weeds. That's when I decided to adopt that space. Mama Shu provided raised beds for a garden. I created a thriving and sustainable garden to this day and provide food and vegetables to the community. We provide fresh fruits and vegetables every Tuesday and every Thursday. Another thing, I was interviewed by CNN News and Paula Tugman from Channel 4 News on programs that we're doing in the garden right now. The first program is the Greenback Project. This teaches K through 12 youth on how to start and maintain and why it's important to grow a garden. The second program is Growing to Survive. This is for adults, and I teach them how to grow a sustainable garden by propagating plants, collecting and storing seeds for next year. The garden is so important to the community. It provides educational purposes, and it also feeds the community. Giving 51 Avalon to anyone else would be doing an injustice to the community by causing additional blight, lack of education, and food insecurity to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Greetings of peace, everyone. My name is Malika A. Shabazz. I am the events and program consultant at Avalon Village. This is in regards to item 7, the selling of 55 Avalon. Over the years, I've watched Avalon Village service the community and provide resources for Highland Park residents. As Mama Shu continues to create an oasis for Highland Park residents, that blighted eyesore known as 51 Avalon continues to stick out like a stubborn weed in a valley of roses. This property is clearly in violation of the ordinances that this respected council has put forth. However, Mama Shu's dedication to Highland Park runs so deep that Avalon Village has incurred the financial burden to maintain the upkeep of that boarded, blighted mess, costs that the owners have yet to even offer to reimburse. So to hear that the company, not residents, that own that blighted property now want to take Avalon Village Garden is gravely disappointing. The owners of 51 Avalon have shown they have no respect for this council by refusing to follow city ordinances and no respect for the city of Highland Park itself by intentionally leaving a visible representation of the blight Mama Shu and this council has been working to improve. I have no doubts that the owners of 51 Avalon have no plans for 55 Avalon and that this is nothing more than an opportunistic attempt at gentrifying a majority minority community. In closing, I ask that when you make your decision, keep in mind that the Highland Park community and the surrounding areas are watching. Show them and the world that Highland Park, home of the Model T and the nation's first freeway, isn't just up for grabs to the highest bidder, but that Highland Park is a community invested in itself, its own future, and the mission to, quote, return to excellence. Thank you.
I'm Cynthia Moody, and I'm former AV director at Avalon Village. I am here to talk about the lot. The lot incurred lots of expenses because it was overly blighted. We had to use machines to dig up concrete that had been grown in through the weeds. Also, we had to use dumpsters to bring in and get all of this out. It had rats over in there, so the varmints were all over there. I mean, it was really, really overgrown to the alley. Okay, after we put in all the work to clear the ground off, as we did with all the property on Avalon Village to help the community look the way it looks right now. I mean, it was a disaster when I came to Avalon Village. And I asked that you vote in Mama Shu's favor that Avalon Village gets the lot. Thank you.
What was your name?
Cynthia Moody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, Jacqueline Stewart, hopefully a future Highland Park business owner. Here today, talk about 3 things on the agenda. 1, just give the property to Mama Shu already. Like I think she deserves it. So wanted to get that out there. Another thing, new business for the city regarding the sale of property, which is on the agenda. I see that we've got some residential properties. What's going on with commercial properties? Commercial properties have to go to businesses. What's going on with the sale of these properties? My business had submitted plans to purchase a property on Hamilton back in March, and we have nothing to show for it. We're not on an agenda. We haven't been in a workshop. We've requested these things to happen over and over again, and nothing's moving. So I am asking for the city's help to and help yourselves, start selling your commercial properties. That's what I'm asking. And regarding the cannabis reading, so that we're going to do another cannabis reading this evening for striking it down. It has now been 33 days since the judge had thrown out the previous ordinance. What are you guys doing to refund the $5,000 you collected from each applicant? What is there?
Great question.
It should be included in the verbiage of you guys rescinding the ordinance in the city, because it's been Jacqueline Stewart, JSA Consultant.
I believe the price tag is $75,000 altogether.
Yes, about $75,000 altogether. I personally put in the $5,000. I don't want to have to go through legal matters for me to get my $5,000 back. I gave you guys 30 days. So that's what I'm asking. What are the plans to return our money?
Someone's coming to answer you right now.
That comes from, so city council does not have anything to do with licensing or the sale of property. All of that goes to the city's administration.
I'm speaking of the city right now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, the administration doesn't have anything to do with it, but I received an email.
Council President.
Ma'am,
Council
I'm
President.
gonna ask that she speak.
is that you, Madam Clerk?
Yes, may I speak to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in reference to the $5,000 refund? We're in the process of getting those $5,000 refunds to the applicants as we speak.
That is the city clerk that's addressing that. Yeah, no, I'm looking for the remote.
We are in the process of setting up the refund process, so that will be coming shortly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, before you leave, I just have a question for you. You said that you want to establish a business on Hamilton. Just curious, what kind?
It was originally for cannabis.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 1 second, sir. Go for it. Good evening.
Good evening, council, administration, Madam Mayor. I'm here, Nathan Harvey, resident and business owner in Highland Park, regarding item 6, ordinance for the second reading of this ordinance to amend the Highland Park Code to add a chapter to prohibit all forms of recreational marijuana establishments within the city of Highland Park. Given that Highland Park just recently had a $24 million judgment placed against it, how the administration or the council can even form their lips to deny significant sources of revenue to the city is mind-boggling to me. As opposed to voting to no longer allow marijuana establishments, we should be looking at creating another ordinance yesterday. I don't know what the reason that was given for creating this ordinance was. The judge threw out the last one. We just flat out don't have one. So nothing is legal. The city doesn't have to do anything regarding marijuana. I contend that we should be working on another ordinance. I personally don't want my taxes to triple or quadruple because the city itself can't pay that bill. And I know personally that currently marijuana can generate $1 million a year for the city, given certain certain constraints. And we need to work towards that because I don't see anything else that's going to generate that kind of revenue now, given that judgment. And I don't see anybody telling me, well, this is what we expect to happen after mediation. Does anybody really expect that mediation is going to eliminate this debt? I don't think so. So it may boil down to who's going to pay it and how. I don't want to pay it. I don't want my taxes to triple or quadruple. I need the city to step up and generate this revenue. And right now, marijuana is the thing that can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The mayor wants to speak.
So,
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
okay. So you asked somebody to address it, I'm gonna address that. We have to opt out of recreational marijuana and to stop the pilchers that have already applied in Michigan already, up in the state of Michigan, for 5 licenses to come into Highland Park. And guess what? We don't get a dime. And the reason we don't get a dime is because they vacated our ordinance. So we don't have them. So we have to stop them, which means we have to opt out at this moment to stop them from coming in here, and then start the process of rewriting the ordinance. That's what this does. And the law, we have the laws, so we have to do that because people now have already tried to apply. And in order for them to come in here, just like we have right now, we have a lot of people here under the CARES Act that's not getting a dime because they're operating through the state. So if the state gives out a license, that means that also they can pop up anywhere, not in the zoning areas, nowhere because we don't have one. So at this moment, they can fight for a license, they can get a license, come in here and just pop up all across the city, anywhere, because there is no zoning. There is nothing in the ordinance. Our ordinance has been voided. So that means we have none. So the city council can start the process after opting out to rewrite an ordinance. And once they get a new ordinance and voted on into it, then the process can go forward. That's why we're asking to opt out. If not, again, you might not get a license or anyone else because they're gonna pop up all over the place. That's my answer.
Thank you. I'd like to address
I
that.
can't let you do it because I gotta get a person
I'd like to
behind you.
address that.
You can address it to me.
First
First of
of all, to the
all,
mayor. I can, Mr. Harvey, because I gotta make sure that, and I gave everybody 3 minutes. I don't know if you noticed. I'm still in another minute. Because it's not possible, to be honest, the stuff that people have to say, I don't like interrupting you when you're in the middle of saying what you having to say, because I'm listening too. So it's supposed to be 2 minutes. If y'all haven't noticed, it's been 3 minutes. Y'all got to slap my hand later because 2 minutes is really not enough. Sorry. So I want to make sure everybody gets their 2 minutes. All right. So, sir, good evening.
How y'all doing? My name is Karan Wilkerson. I'm a business owner of Highland Park. I'm also a pure product of Highland Park. I'm proud of this city. I love this city. I talk about this city everywhere I go all over the world. And one of the things that I always point to when I talk about this city is Mama Shu. I watched her from the beginning develop that block. I think she is inspiration for not only me, but for a lot of Highland Parkers to see what can be done in our city to combat these blocks and blocks of blight. I remember when we had full residency and trees touched each other from both sides of the streets when I was a kid. So I think that the path that she's laying is getting us back to that. Anything else outside of that is not that. So I'm just here to say I'm supporting Mama Shu and that we should be doing this by all means necessary, you know, that piece of property on 55 Avalon.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Delvon Heron. I'm the CEO of S4 Security Solutions. I am here by way of Mama Shu. Since October, we have partnered to create security solutions for Avalon Village, thus creating the Avalon Peace Team. We patrol from Woodward and Buena Vista, Avalon, and Glendale, all the way down to Second. So since October, we've actually noticed just a spike in just that activity just behind that house specifically. Mama Shu took it upon herself to actually just clear out some of that blight there as well, because we've been able to notice a small congregation of people that like to settle behind there. So going through the alleys, patrolling through those alleys. So now we've actually made it a point to go there, because it's kind of like, if you know situation. It's kind of like, why do they want to congregate here? You know what I'm saying? So I like the work that Mama Shu has been doing. And I would like to just see that this vision that she has for Highland Park, this vision that she has for Avalon Village be seen through. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Mark Fentress, and I run Corn Wine Oil Farms. I'm a Detroiter, but I'm about to become a Highland Parker.
I've grown up with a lot of people from Highland Park, know a lot of families from Highland Park, went to church with people from Highland Park. So we are going to be Highland Parkers. We're going to pattern what we want to do after what Mama Chu has done in the Avalon Village area. And we're looking to work on the Leslie and Sturtevant streets between Hamilton.
Sir, I'm gonna interrupt you because you gotta be dealing with something that's on the actual agenda. Is this related to 55 Avalon?
No,
Okay, then this is the part of the public comment where you can speak on agenda items only. If you have an open comment, that will be at the end.
I'm sorry. I
No.
had asked and I thought that's where we were.
No,
My
sir,
bad.
no, sir. You get cool points for the shirt. I'm a farmer too, okay? I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, sir. All right, agenda item.
How y'all doing?
Is this an agenda item? I gotta check.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm on it. I got you. I got you. I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little bit. So the ordinance, I actually agree with you all doing the amendment because the judge did request, I don't know if the citizens read that, but they did say that it was throughout. So by you all deciding to amend it, it does show that you all are taking steps to try to create an ordinance and actually try to create a zone. I do think that you should consider medical because I think that's something being left out. I've had my medical marijuana card since it came out as a disabled veteran, as an alternative to opioids. And pretty much, if I went to a caregiver right now, they would go to jail. So I can get marijuana from them, but if the police, if y'all had a law, they would go to jail because technically under my license, I can have 12 people or I can add 5 or whatever. But after a certain amount, they're going to say, this isn't for you and this isn't for your patients. Let us keep track of each plant being sold. And DTE is supposed to keep track of the electric and then the water bill. That's the main thing, is their water bill is going to be at least $2,000 to $5,000 a month. They're not growing in the house and their water bill isn't a certain amount. So I think that's something to be aware of. And lastly, on this marijuana things, I'm going down the list. In Florida, 1,100 Black farmers applied to be growers for marijuana. 0 was given a license to grow marijuana. In Tennessee, same issue. Some Black farmers applied for marijuana licenses. Ford is now building their brand new electrical vehicle power plant in all the land the Black farmers have in Tennessee. So when we're looking at, if I wanted a dispensary, who's going to give me the product? Who's going to test the product or overall? So I think this city should look at the places of convenience. If I want to smoke weed, where would I go? Where's the bars? Where's the cafes? Where's the parks? Where do I go to experience and do something? Because there's no city currently offering that experience. Second, resolution. I think I'm not into the land thing. I think if she's been in the area, it's great, but currently it is 26 parcels. So I think if you could try to get them to cooperate or have some type of means of a relationship, but also I think as a city, we need to adopt, once you get a parcel, what is the time frame for development? Or what is the time frame of a project? Because when I went to the county to get my lots, because the city wanted to sell me anything, when I resided here for 5 to 6 years, the county said, once you get 5 lots, you have to have a plan. You have to show a proposal and you have to have a time frame of when your project is going to be done. And I think it's very important when people are talking about trying to bring income. Marijuana in the state of Michigan is inflating. It's no more income. It's a lot of mold on the weed, but overall it's become corporate. So unless you're getting a corporate sponsor and you getting some money, you're not going to make it as a regular person. So looking at different tax bases, as somebody brought up, you have multiple businesses in the area, and I'm still on the marijuana thing, where again, if I wanted a restaurant or a bed and breakfast, you can incorporate marijuana to where mom and grandma and them don't have to be in the room with us. It could be a section like smoker sections when I was growing up where they smoke their cigarettes and then there's regular people eating their food. The issue I'm having is we need some innovation and creativity. Second,
I appreciate you, brother.
Wait, second.
We ran into 3 minutes.
I
You only
thought
supposed to have 2.
I was gonna say they was going. They had.
No, they went 3.
Yeah.
I've been using the same timer. I've been using the same timer.
I was just saying, I just had this one last thing.
Okay, I'll give you 15 seconds to wrap it
Okay,
up.
the last thing is with this grant, if we could possibly have something to where these people get assistance, because the elders don't have internet, they don't know how to use a computer. So they can't go in here and apply and keep doing these grants and programs, because it's honestly at the point where you got to create a program to where honestly, I've met them, like I'm trying to sum it up. If I'm 30 and I'm able to get a house and they're not able to get a house, there's ways to where we can cooperate with generations to make sure we all get what we want. Currently, it's no cooperation with the city, and everybody, what I've heard sitting here, it was all I. I want this, I didn't get this, and I want this. That's all it was. So that's it.
I appreciate you.
What's
Thank you
your
so
name?
much.
Thank you.
Good idea.
Marcellus.
How's it going? My name is Justin Smith. I'm a resident at on Avalon. I'm here in support of Mama Shu. She's been more than an inspiration on the block. A lot of people talk about her. A lot of people know her name. It's because of the work that she's put in. That garden is something I eat out of every day, and I believe that's something that should be heard. So I just wanted to show my support.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
I
evening.
hope that this falls under one of the topics. And yes, Mama Sue, she does deserve that lot. So anyway, I wanted to ask, who's responsible for where the Highland Park football field sits? Is it the engineer or on the community development finance? Because the young people are practicing there and they have some jet football games coming up. It's the potholes are terrible.
Miss Nandy, which item are we talking about?
I don't know, maybe it comes from the engineer.
I know.
Football, the field at Highland Park needs
No,
paving.
ma'am, that's not, can you come back at the end for the general comments? Because that's not agenda item.
Okay, all right.
Please stay and come back at the end. You got that. I want to talk about what you want to talk about too. All right, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Annie Zobel. I live at 35 McLean. I just wanted to speak regarding item number 8, resolution to reconsider for reappointment Annie Zobel and Jeff Harris to the Historic District Commission. I am Annie Zobel. I have, many people know that I've served the city, very thoroughly for decades. I was born and raised in Highland Park. I keep a low profile, but I love the city. I have a real passion for historic preservation and the work that we've done. I was really surprised, to be honest, to not be reappointed. I am happy to serve. I am happy to answer any questions that anybody might have about the district, about our purpose, about our activities, about our strategies. I can say the same for Jeff Harris. He, has been serving for close to a decade now. And we really love the city, want to continue to serve, and hope that you will consider the reconsideration for those appointments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hello, how are you? My name is Roy. I want to talk about Mama Shu and Avalon Village. Just some specific things that people don't really realize. The amount of time and money that's been spent over there at the property that we've been talking about. Mama Shu has gone on her way to even have bulldozers and different machinery to come over and clean out some of the debris and the blight in area. Sometimes we would have to dig days on and on and on, where whoever been over there for the years prior to her, they've been doing some dumping, and you're talking about bricks and tires and all type of debris just under and under and under and under. And we have to take year after year after year to chip away at it. The price of dumpsters, if anybody ever rented a dumpster, it's ridiculous that you got to pay, $400 and $500 for a rectangle box. And you're cleaning up stuff that you didn't even have nothing to do with. The amount of security, even on our security cameras, we're looking straight at the house that's there. And we're not here about the house, we're here about the lot next to it. But still, just the amount of time and effort that we put in for cleaning and debris and making sure people not putting trash there. If you drive down the street, you might not see a piece of trash on that street. If you see it, somebody just dropped it. So we're concerned about even our neighbors to make sure that don't break in my neighbor house, even around the corner. We send our security around the corners and up and down the street, because if you break it in your house, you're gonna break in my house. So we gotta be a community and care for each other and care for all of us Highland Parkers. Everybody else, they got the right to come and do their thing under the right ordinances and rules and all of that. So we just want to make sure that we take care of our own first, as we've been doing over there on Avalon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, council. Good evening.
Good evening.
How's everybody?
Pretty good.
Okay. Back there, we can't see you guys back there, but I've been a resident, I got 3 minutes, right? Yeah.
You got two.
2 minutes, right? So I'm a resident of Highland Park. I came here about 11 years ago in front of this council, acting and for this council to pay attention to what was going on Avalon. And I'm now so happy to see the results of the work a lot of good people put into Avalon Village and that whole block there. And what's so important about this council is they're having a great opportunity to make a decision, to show the community, the people in the community, how much you love what the people of the community can do. It's nothing but a perfect example of what's happening on Avalon Village. So I know I have 2 minutes, but I'm going to give you the rest of the time.
All right, thank you very much. And so I see no more people standing, so I'm gonna assume that there are no more people who would like to be heard. We're gonna bring the citizen participation in the first round to a
Council
close.
President. Council President, before we move on, can I have 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, please?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, no, because I know we're about to go into
Yes,
closed
sir.
session. I need to vote for that.
yes, sir.
Just give me 5 minutes, please.
I move for a recess, 5-minute recess.
We have a motion on the floor for a 5-minute recess from Councilwoman Manica. Those support?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman El Shafi. All those in favor, please, one at a time.
Aye.
Aye, okay, so we're gonna take a 5-minute recess, people. Ms. Manica, she made the motion for a recess. We're gonna do it. We'll do the recess, be 5 minutes and come back home. No questions. Yeah. We know where we're going after we get finished. Thank you for that. Okay. You have an issue here. We're only, each of us represent a subsection. We're only each of us doing the citizens need to keep the time. You come here, I come to me. I gotta go. Right now. I gotta have it look like it's a squirrel.
I don't want to walk out on the residents while they're speaking. That's why I waited.
Hey, what's up, young man? Good? All right. All right. Yeah, I can't complain. I could. But I know that's it's just me and the Lord. That's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Where we going next? I don't know what that thing is. I know it's gonna happen. I've never known. Secondhand. If you would, so then we have to go to closed session. She's in the lady room. It's 8:14. I want to call the meeting back to order. We'll be moving on to item 5 under legal. Item 5 under legal.
I move to request.
Hold on a second, man.
Okay.
Item 5 under legal will require us to move into a closed session. So I will turn this floor over to my fellow council members to take action on moving to a closed session for this pending legal matter.
I move to go into a closed session
So
to
we have-
discuss.
Go ahead, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. To discuss legal matters, and I'm not sure if this is pronounced right.
Mr. Pugh.
DuPont, Dupuy, the second versus City of Highland Park, and Dupuy versus Highland Park.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Manica to move into closed session for item 5. Do we have support?
Support.
We have support from Councilman El Shafi. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilman Shafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Hodgson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
Yes.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carries. It is currently 8:15. Council will move into closed session. We will reconvene once we have completed the closed session. Thank you very much.
I'll double check.
My perception of that Since we're waiting and go on, I'm Stephanie Chang, I'm your state senator, and figured I would just do a quick update. We're all just kind of sitting here. Okay, I don't know. I know it's like a little unorthodox, but I'm here, you're here. So a couple things. So yeah, the second Chang, your state senator. I'm really so excited to represent the park. As some of you know, my old district was quite different. My new district was sort of like from downtown all the way up to Warren, Miss Nice, all Highland Park, all a lot of Detroit. And so I wanted to just announce two things. One, we have the coffee hour coming up on Friday at 90 Cafe, 71 Open, right? So it's this Friday from 10:30 to 1:30. So if you want to hear more updates, please come and we'll share what's with that planting and break any ideas, concerns that you might have at the state level. That's this Friday, 25th, 10:30. Also this Saturday, we have an outdoor resource fair. It's the 26th. I've got some flyers. It's from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Ford Recreation Center. You know, outside if it's not raining, it's inside it's raining. And so we're going to have a lot of backpacks, school supplies, and a lot of different resources from housing and Wayne Retro and just a lot of different things. So, and that's it's this Saturday, August 26th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So, and it's open to everyone. So, you know, if you've got friends and neighbors, your family outside of that. The third thing I just want to mention, I know that water obviously is a big issue. Some of you may know this, but I've been actually working on water affordability legislation for like 8 years. And we're going to soon be reintroducing the legislation. It's better and even just it's going to be exciting. I think we're going to get it done finally around the first that we have water affordability program for the whole state. So we've been working actually with a lot of different water advocates, environmental advocates, as well as water providers to actually come up with like what we do here. So I'll try to come back and do a big update and videos for interviews. We'll come to our happy hour and we'll tell you more. I figured we were all here. I don't know. Hopefully this is okay. And how about your office? Oh yes, and I have an office very close by, probably about 5 minutes away. So it's in Camp Trinity on Joseph Compound at 11521 Joseph Compound. So close to the freeway, lots of food nearby. Come by. If you can call us first, or just make sure, because okay, it's 313-922-6949. 313-922-6949. And it's 11521. What's your name again? Oh yeah, it's 313-922-6949. We'll come to the coffee hour. I'll share more updates. I got to let that all. But thank you.
And then you put the roof. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get back in a second so y'all will tell me that. Thank
What's on your mind?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was nice and cool in the room, wasn't it? Got more body heat out here, that's why. It is, there's a lot of body heat coming out for here.
It's 8:43. We'd like to call the general session back to order. Okay. So either I need a longer torso or a shorter desk. I'd like to call the meeting back to order at 8:44 p.m. Council, we are on item 5 under legal related to Dupuy II versus City of Highland Park and Dupuy versus the City of Highland Park. Members, it's your discretion. How should we proceed on this matter?
I move to approve the settlement of the Dupuy versus City of Highland Park and the Dupuy versus Highland Park, both cases as recommended by legal counsel.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Manica to approve the recommended settlement provided to us by our legal counsel. Do we have a second? We have a second from Councilwoman Martin. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll on item 5?
Councilman Sharkey,
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Patrick.
Yes, motion carries 4-1. Next item, item 6, under the second reading of the ordinance is the ordinance to amend the Highland Park Administrative Code by adding a chapter to prohibit all forms of recreational marijuana establishments within the city of Highland Park. As a point of order, we will have, at the request of Mr. Al Shafi, a workshop related to this item, where city council, unencumbered by any lawsuits, will have an opportunity to work on an ordinance from scratch. The floor is open to members as to how we proceed on item 6.
I move to have the second reading of the marijuana establishment ordinance.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong.
Ms. Burton, is it-
Second and final, I'm sorry.
So we are approving the second and final read?
Okay, so Ms. Manica, thank you for that. I think the word is that that we need to have here is that you want to approve the second reading, a motion to approve the second reading for the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Manica to approve the second reading of the ordinance related to changing the administrative code, adding a chapter to prohibit all forms of recreational marijuana establishments in the city of Highland Park. Do we have support for this?
Support with questions.
We have support from Councilman Al Shafi with questions. Mr. Al Shafi, the floor is yours.
Okay. So I don't know if everybody's aware, but something very similar to this happened in Hamtramck a few years back. So Hamtramck missed this deadline. And when they missed their deadline, they created a free fall in the city, which is similar to what the mayor said. When you miss the deadline, the state law says that you automatically opt in if you don't opt out. So when the state issued the licenses, they allowed them no zoning, no planning. They allowed them to pop up anywhere they wanted. And as a result of that, since the state issued the license, the state is the only one that gets paid. You get nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, that's something I don't want to have happen in the city. But what I'm concerned about for the city is what is the timeline for us to notify the state that we opted out, because we have to notify the state. If we approve this tonight, what is the time frame? If someone can answer that question for me, what is the time frame for us notifying the state that we have opted out? Because there is a time frame, and if we don't let the state know that we opted out, then they're going to automatically assume that we opted in, and it's going to be the wild, wild west in here.
Ms. Burton, can you address that?
Yes, good afternoon again. Good evening. Like every other ordinance. Is that better?
It's not in the mic.
Yeah. It's low, I don't know what the stuff is. I'm sorry.
Testing 1, 2, okay.
Okay, again, good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Like every other ordinance that's passed, 15 days in terms of its being effective. So we can notify the state that it's passed if it's passed tonight.
Okay, is that work days or calendar days?
Those are calendar days.
Okay, so 15 days.
Yes.
Okay, so this will take us out of recreational marijuana and also medical,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
But it won't affect the caregiver law, which protects the residents.
that's correct.
Okay. These businesses that are currently operating, what is the outcome for them once we opt out?
Well, we're gonna have a discussion because we understand that they do have some businesses that we're gonna be meeting with the chief, the mayor, Mr. Chubb, regarding how we're going to address the businesses that are currently operating without a license, that are not considered to be caregivers. Okay. Okay, so if they have more than the number of plants that are required, then we're gonna have to address those issues. We haven't determined how exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I think the issue, you might have to lean forward over your microphone. It's very physically uncomfortable, but it might be necessary for folks to hear you.
Okay, so does the city have the option? After we opt out, does the city have the option to call in the state or to assist in the removal of these individuals that are illegally operating here in the city?
So we can enforce our own laws. We don't have to call the state to enforce them.
Well, Ms. Burton, you know my confidence in things is very low. My confidence in things is very low. I've been here in the city a long time, and the confidence level that I have for us handling our own affairs is very low. It's extremely low. It's problem after problem, and I'm just concerned that nothing is going to be done even after we opt out. That is my concern. These people cannot be allowed to continue to operate. And furthermore, I'm pretty sure if we go through every single one of these buildings, over half of them aren't paying a single dime in water, but they're using our water. They're running us up. Okay? Because to my understanding, according to the city, you can't get water service in a commercial space without a business license. Is that correct?
That's what they should have, a business license.
Exactly my point. So if they're, all I'm saying, Ms. Burton, if they're operating right now, see, there's something that could be done right now. Each one of these places, the water department, the engineers need to go out and shut these people off if they're not paying water bills, okay? At least that much can be done while we wait to shut them down, period, because they're bleeding us right now. We're being bled.
Well, that's a separate process that has to be handled by the water.
Okay, then that is something that I would suggest that the water department get on immediately, because this is something that could be done effective immediately. No water means no growth. No growth means bye-bye. Because you will watch the implants shrivel up to nothing overnight. Okay, and I know they're not paying in the water bills. I'm almost positive of it. I see cameras everywhere, bars all over the doors. Nobody's there except when it comes time for harvest. And they've been harvesting here for a long time. And they need to go. Everybody needs to go. And then once the slate is clean, then I would be willing to start over. But until the slate is clean, you will never hear about marijuana in this city. Not for me. I'm not giving you nothing till the slate's clean. I want the slate clean. I want everybody gone, and then we can start over. And I yield back, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
I just wanted to state for the record, November the 18th, 2019, the city of Highland Park did opt in. So now they want us to vote to opt out, just for the record.
Can I respond?
Please.
So what happened was when proposal one was passed, the cities or the municipalities had to determine whether or not they wanted to opt in or not. We held a couple of public hearings regarding that, and it was determined by the prior city council that individuals in the city wanted to opt into that. After that, we drafted an ordinance, but unfortunately that ordinance was pushed through and it wasn't proper as the judge ruled. So if they want to have marijuana in the city, there's going to have to be a new ordinance at some point. What we're trying to do now is to put an ordinance in place to prohibit anything until council can make a decision about which direction it would like to go.
Thank you, ma'am. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to start from scratch. This will be the first time this city council will be able to take up this controversial issue without the pressure of any pending litigation. That has been a cloud over us for the past 8 months. That is the thing that has, for me as an individual, made me reticent about moving forward with anything related to it. Knowing that some legislation, some legal action could come along and upset the whole process. I was not interested in participating because I knew that the outcome of the legal proceeding could change everything that we did in here. There's nothing in our way. We could start from scratch. We have members of the community. We have interested parties from around Metro Detroit who have been having these conversations, and we have all of the people in this room. So this is something that I will be interested in holding a workshop discussion. I've already reached out to Laura, that's the License and Regulatory Agency, to see if they have resources they can provide to the community in the form of people who can answer questions for us at a state level. They can give us some information about potential oversight. We have an opportunity to look at ordinances of other communities across southeastern Michigan, put them out in the open, make those ordinances available for the community to look at and cherry pick items that are appropriate for council to deliberate at length on these items and to come up with a document that's sufficient for the people in the community. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just 1 of 10 votes. That's what I think of every time I sit in this chair. Me and 9 other people. What would y'all decide? And so we have an opportunity to do that from scratch moving forward, depending on how we decide tonight. So I know I've got a lot of phone calls from citizens, and I've talked to people who grilled me on this subject. And what they've asked for is an opportunity to write a clean ordinance from scratch. And this could present an opportunity for us to do that, to write a clean ordinance from scratch in the open, in this building. It's my only comment. We have any additional comments before we move to a vote on this item?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, so this was motion by Councilwoman Manica, supported by Councilman El Shafi. So would you please take the roll on item 6? This is the second reading and second and final reading to approve the language for the amendment of the ordinance, the Highland Park Administrative Code, by adding a chapter to prohibit all forms of recreational marijuana establishments within the city of Highland Park.
Councilman Shafi,
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin,
So this means we're opting out.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica,
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, motion carries. I will reiterate the fact that we will have a workshop at our next council meeting. And if it requires on this topic, we will have a subsequent workshop on this item. And if it requires, we will have a subsequent workshop on this item until we can put together ordinance legislation that addresses the concerns of council as well as the citizens. And I would like to point out that Mr. El Shafi made a point that there were at least a dozen of these such unnamed facilities in his district. It's probably at least a dozen or more.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be Scooby-Doo. All you got to do is drive around the neighborhood and you can see what he's talking about. They are substantial, they are numerous. And if you were blind, you could smell them, depending on what time of day it is. So I want to thank my council members for addressing this issue and wishing us all the best of luck of crafting the ordinance that we, as you out there and us up here, all approve as it relates to this issue. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
If the council has various documents and fact finding that they have collected, how do you want them to handle that? How, do you want them to forward it to you so that it can be part of the discussion? I know that.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I asked Mr. El Shafi to do. He did both things I asked him to do. He sent me a document in writing. He has an opportunity now to make changes to that document based on what has occurred here today. So that it includes all the things that are important to him. There are other members of the community who have come forward with their legal representatives that say they wanted to submit information. I would ask people related to this topic, if there's another community's ordinance. Someone mentioned to me the city of Centerline has an ordinance. Let's take the best practices from the people who have been successful, who have been providing revenues for their community and also protection for the people who live in those communities. Let's look at those documents and pull together something that's sufficient. I would like to see at least this many people here on that topic for the workshops and to meet with your individual council people outside of the meeting and bring your concerns to the forefront. Because when they sit down to talk to us as a group, they'll be talking for you. So please.
And Councilwoman Martin had some documents as well.
As well, that include all of that in the process and just make sure that it is sent to all members. And if there's something that you want to submit for discussion, if you could provide a copy for the public, because the public should see it first. They should not be surprised by this law. It's going to be a law. There should be no surprises. It should be well circulated in the public prior to us discussing it in a formal meeting. Okay, so let's move on to tabled item 7. This is the resolution to sell the vacant residential adjacent lot at 55 Avalon to the adjacent owner at 51 Avalon. City Council, what's your pleasure?
Council, I move to bring this back from the table.
We have a motion from Councilman El Shafi to bring this item back from the table. Do we have support?
Support.
We have support from Councilwoman Manica. Would you please take the roll and bring it off the table?
What-
Shafi,
I had support with questions on.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Martin. Martin with questions. I'm sorry.
Question.
Go ahead, Ms. Martin, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question about this property. I've heard from so many people today. I think that's pretty awesome. My first question is, does anybody have a before and after picture? Well, we just. Yes.
Ms. Martin.
Right, we haven't brought up to.
Okay, we got to vote to bring it from the table.
Correct.
Okay, come on.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, this is to bring item 7 off the table. We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Ashafi, seconded by Councilwoman Martin. If you would take the roll on bringing this item off the table.
Councilman Ashafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin?
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council President Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes. Item 7 to be discussed fully now is resolution to sell the vacant adjacent lot at 55 Avalon to the adjacent owner at 51 Avalon. City Council, what's your pleasure on this item?
I've support with questions.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Martin. No, hold on a second. You said support with question. This is a resolution to sell. I need you to get a motion on what we're gonna do.
Can I make a motion to support with questions?
Okay. Council President?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve the sale with questions.
So that's what I need to say. I make a motion to support the sale with questions.
To approve the sale with questions.
To approve the sale with questions.
Okay, do we have support from Ms. Martin?
Thank you.
Yes. You gotta say, okay.
We have support from Council Pro Tem Robinson. The floor is open for questions. Ms. Martin, the floor is yours.
Yes. Do you guys have a before and after picture? You don't have them with? You don't have them right now? Okay. That's my only question.
Additional questions from Councilman Ashafi?
Council President, is Ms. Roslyn on the line? Is she available to speak to this? Or
This is
she
from
gone
real
for the
estate?
day? Yeah,
She's not on here.
okay. So, okay, I just want to say,
Mr. Hinton is here.
where's Mr. Hinton at? Can I borrow you for a second there, Ms. Hinton? Whose application came in first? Both of them came in at the same time. Okay, so Lopez came in first. Mr. Hinton, this is by far, and I'm not saying it's your fault, but this is by far the messiest lot sale I have ever seen in my life. This is hard. Because either way it goes, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. This is horrible. You guys are putting us in a position that we should not be in. This lot sale is horribly messy. You have one hand, PNP, major developer in the city, pays taxes of $400,000 a year. Right here in the city of Highland Park. Most people don't know that. Pays their taxes, does what they're supposed to do. They have several rental properties, several apartment buildings. They do their thing. Okay, that's fine. It's nothing wrong with people trying to improve their development and make money. I get that part, okay? On the other hand, you have Mama Shu, community activist, been here longer than I know that I have been alive, okay? Great individual, solid Highland Parker. She has rights just like they have rights. The problem is we're missing the elephant in the room. Both sides, believe it or not, are messy. Both sides are messy. That's why this sale is so messy. You understand that this is a land that's already being illegally occupied to begin with. If anybody gets hurt on that land, we bear the brunt of it. We're the owners. Nobody should have touched this land or made any improvements on this land or did anything without this council's approval. I see why Rodney and Shu went back and forth so much on Avalon Village. They did a lot of fighting about Avalon Village. Most people don't know that. There was a lot of fighting about Avalon Village, especially when those lights went up. Lights on city property without approval, the lights fall, somebody gets injured. Who's to blame? It's definitely not Shu. It's us. And then we have a property that has been sitting vacant for years that should have been fixed and improved before they came to council to ask us for the land. So everybody's messy on both sides. Now, what do you want me to do here? How am I supposed to fix this problem? He has a right, you have a right. Where am I supposed to go? Where's the middle ground here? Where's that middle ground? You know that the charter says that you must own the domicile next to the property to achieve a vacant lot on the side of your property? Not a lot next to a lot. A house next to a lot. That's the charter. That's your charter. I didn't write that charter. I didn't approve that, but those are the rules. Now, both sides is asking me to violate the rules in favor of the other. How does that work out? Where's my middle ground? Can anybody help me to get that middle ground? Can anybody help me and tell me where I don't piss off you and I don't piss off them at the same time? A taxpayer and a community activist. Where do I reach that middle ground? Please, tell me.
They can't. Hold on. No. We can't bring them in here on this. Unless you're talking about calling them up. This is us discussing. We can't bring them in for that.
Okay, well, please allow me to know as citizens' participation. In the meantime, I'm going to withdraw my approval for the sale. And I'm going to ask council, I would like to make a motion to have this put at the end of the agenda after citizen participation so they can weigh in. Because this is the most messiest lot sale I've ever seen in my life.
So, Mr. El
This should be
Shafi,
easily done.
hold on a second, Mr. El Shafi, what we had a recourse to do was moving it in the agenda is not going to change. It's not going to change anything by allowing them to come up here and speak.
I'm trying to see where's the middle
Hold on a
ground that we
second,
can
let me
reach
answer
here.
your question. What you said is absolutely true. It's messy. I wanted to look at the sale of vacant residential side lots to residents. I see your hand, Ms. Manica. For individuals purchasing side lots, the following conditions must apply. The purchaser must obtain a purchasing application. Purchaser cannot owe back taxes. No code violations within 18 months. Secure the vacant lot, remove debris. Maintain the land within 14 days after closing. Neighboring vacant lots who submit an application to purchase for the same lot may have the lot split for purchase.
That's both of them.
I'm looking at what you're saying here.
Yeah.
So I don't see anything here that says that there should be a residence on it. And that's a valid question. The lot in question, Mr. Hinton, can you help me with this? The lot in question, there is a solar light on there. Is this 55? There is a solar light on 55 Avalon. There's the solar light is not on 55 Avalon?
Yeah, it's on 55 Avalon. It's in the picture that was submitted for the application.
Okay. So,
Got that.
Mr. El Shafi has removed his support for approving this item. So we have an item that does not have a full motion of action on the floor right now. Huh? Well, he was the person who made the motion, am I correct?
Yeah, no. I was the one to make the motion.
He made the motion.
No. Motion to bring it back. The motion to approve was my. I made the motion to sell. I made the motion to approve the sale with questions. No, she supported.
So what happened? She was trying to make the motion. He was trying to help her out and he made the motion, but it was assumed that Martin did. And then when they said that she made the motion, he then supported it. Now, Mr. Shafi took back his support of the motion that Ms. Martin made. But what she was trying to do was just have a discussion.
Correct.
She didn't mean to make a motion to sell the property.
Here's the application and here's the solar light right in the picture.
I'm looking at it too. So
it's right here.
I see
So
it.
then I want to
It's
rescind my
messy.
motion.
Okay, so this.
So what do we do here?
So we have had a motion, support rescinded.
Yes.
Original motion maker rescinded the support.
I would rescind my motion.
Okay, so right now we're back at square one. And you know my 2-minute rule. So on item 7, City Council, how do we proceed on this item?
Council President, I think that we need to have both sides here weigh in. I don't know what to do here.
Okay, Ms. Manica.
It's messy on both sides. I don't know what to do.
Ms. Manica has been patiently waiting. Let me make sure.
I'm sorry, Ms. Manica. Go
Ms.
right
Manica,
No
if you
worries.
would.
So it's clear, first and foremost, that when you have two parties on the property on either side, that you split the property between the two. The problem that we have here, at least for me, and so I totally understand everything that Mr. Shafi said, which is true, maybe not exactly in those wording. You cannot just take up a space. You cannot. So I heard everybody's comments out there, and I like everything that's been done in Avalon Village. But so the challenges that Ms. Shu is going to face, I hope that all you guys that supported her is willing to help her to resolve those challenges. Because on our sheet, there's several things that say, and this goes for both parties. Do you have a water bill? Do you have property taxes that's owed? Do you have X, Y, and Z? And then Mr. Shafi brought to our attention that she's already occupied it. I understand that. So then there's actually something against occupying something that's not yours. How do we proceed in that? How do we help? Right now, we don't sell it to either one, but then we still have the situation that it's already being used. So now what do? Do we penalize her for that? Because if we penalize her, then we're gonna have every last one of you back in front of us saying, oh, how dare you? How dare you penalize her for doing such a good job? So you have to understand our position in this. And so I've said it several times. When you go before the Community Development Department, there has to be some thorough things done. Here's my bigger problem, is that everybody has come before us in a rush because you knew that we were new. Everybody has come before us in a rush. You didn't care. You did not care about the community, nor did you care about your resident, nor did you care about us, who are residents. Because you came before us trying to get what you wanted in a quick manner because you knew that some of us did not know the law or didn't know what was happening. So I fought you as well because you wasn't thinking about us. And how many of you out there are all Highland Park citizens paying Highland Park taxes, paying water bill, paying any of that, spending your money in Highland Park? I think it's wonderful. Thank you. I think it's wonderful. No, don't get me wrong. I think it's wonderful what she done. And I think the young lady said earlier, considering some of the things that she has been through, I probably wouldn't be here either. But at the end of the day, if I penalize James and don't penalize Jan for the same thing, you're gonna 6 in one hand and half a dozen in the other. This particular council would like to get it right, but I need you to help us get it right. Don't come and ask us to get it right for one person and not get it right for somebody else. That's unfair. That's unfair to us because we have to, again, go out there and see. We don't mean to get just always on Mr. Hinton because yes, he's gonna take the brunt of this because I keep saying, you putting me in a situation. Now Mr. Shafi's saying the same thing, but he's not the only one putting us in a situation. You are too. You are too, because you want to get what you want, and I get it. Guess what? I want some stuff too, but I can't get it because I choose to serve you. And I say that on the property sale. Nobody up here can participate in some of that because we choose to serve you. So I would appreciate if you think about that before you come before us and be mad at us, because we're following the law all of a sudden. That's what you asked us to do. So I'm sure that the city is willing to work with you to figure out how to go forward to continue the good deeds. But there are some things in our charter, in our ordinance, that are going to have to be enforced. Unfortunately, they are. Now, she does have a plan, I understand. So that's part of it that's been done. So Mr. Shafi, the answer to your question really was to split it, but then it also provides the other situation. I was a no in the very beginning for several other reasons, because I understand, and I said this last meeting, if you come before us and you haven't done anything with your previous property, I really don't want to see you up here asking for more property. I don't care if that's the land bank, if that's a residence. If you have not done what you need to do with your already owned property, there's no need to come up here and ask for any more. That just makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know. I hope I answered a little bit, Mr. Shafi, or to any of you.
So, Ms.
But-
Manica, I'm sorry.
This is a no
Council
for me.
Yep, so hold on just a second, Mr. Shafi, I see your hand. So here we are with item 7. Item 7 came off the table. We had a motion, that motion was rescinded. The support was rescinded. Right now, this item is floating in outer space. If I don't get any motion or action anytime soon, this item is gonna die on the table.
So if I may give you a motion, I'm
Uh,
sorry, Mr. Shafi, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I want council to know, if we don't take action, this dies on the table.
Okay, well, Council President, I just want to say very quickly, if I
Go right
could.
ahead.
There's got to be middle ground here. It's got to be. It's got to be middle ground. If you don't reach the middle ground, I see lawsuits from both sides. I see it. And I'm telling you right now, we're not paying out any more money. We'll fight like hell before we give you a dime, because we don't have it to give. The citizens of Highland Park are cash strapped enough. More lawsuits is not something we need. Now, Mr. Ty Hinton said that Mr. Lopez and them put their application in first. Where's the middle ground here? It's got to be middle ground. And until that middle ground is reached, or until we come to some understanding, Council President, I would like to make a motion to table this item to the next meeting.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilman El Shafi to table item
gotta be
7,
middle ground.
resolution to sell the vacant residential lot at 55 Avalon adjacent to the adjacent owner at 51 Avalon. Do we have support?
Support with a quick question.
We have support from Councilwoman Manica. The floor is yours, ma'am.
What would violate us selling this to PMP? What exactly violates? If we all say no, what would be a violation of that? Can anybody answer that to me? I'm not
It's
sure.
what it looks like. It's not what it is, it's what it looks like. It looks like discrimination. That's what it looks like.
So
it looks like we're favoring one resident over another. That's a clear-cut lawsuit when we have to be fair across the board. We got to be fair across the board, Mrs. Manica. If we favoring him, if we favoring her, and he put his application in first, what does that look like?
Well, currently,
if we favor him and snub her, what does that look like? It's a damned if we do and damned if we don't.
By tabling this item, we do give the parties in question an opportunity to come up with a resolution on their own.
So
Ms. Manica.
to my understanding, and I think earlier Ms. Shu already expressed that she reached out. And so I guess there was no communication. So I could see the tabling, but I believe, if I understand, there was no communication from PMP to rectify this with her. So the charter says we split it when both people want it.
That's correct.
That's actually what it says. When both people want it, we split it. But then you also pointed out that they both have situations that recommend that we don't give it to either. It's almost cut and dry and simple. Until somebody rectify what they're doing or what we have problems with, then there's no sale. But it sounds like you're telling me that if we don't sell it to PMP because he put his bid in first, then we're being favored. My favor is not to that. My favor is the fact that if I look at your other properties that you own in the city, and if they are not presentable, up to par, up to code, etc., I do not sell to you. That's just real simple. I would hate for a judge or anybody else to say that, no, you should have sold to them even though they have these properties that are not up to par. So I think that would be the first thing to figure out, because even though I asked that question last time, and I know about the private, what is it again, sir? Private.
LLCs, limited liability corporation.
Yes, that you don't have to tell everything, but I would assume that the city would know everything that they own and could go out and look at it and say, hey, wait, nope, I looked at building A, building D, C, E, F, and G, and he hasn't done X, Y, and Z to those properties. Or go out and find out if those properties are up to par. Are they renting to, I mean, that's a renter's right case, but either way, we should not have to sell to somebody because they came first, if they have some legitimate things that are wrong with the properties that they already have.
Ms. Manning?
Yes.
So, Council President, man?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I get your conversation, but it's a slight flaw in it. Okay, so when that application came here, both their applications came. His just happened to get here first. Both of these individuals are clean. Property taxes paid, water bill paid, everything is paid. And the idea of splitting it is still a problem because the light is on his side of the lot. If you split it down the middle, it's on his side of the lot. That's her light.
They're saying that it's not. The people, I'm just pointing, the people in the audience are saying the light is on.
So let's just table it. Let's move on.
Okay,
We're
so
gonna
that-
table it.
So that's what we.
It's on your side. Okay,
So I gave you support.
Yeah.
And everybody answered my question.
Yes,
So can I move
okay.
to the vote?
This is the table.
Yeah.
So this right
Let's
now,
move the
the motion
table.
on the floor is to table this item again. It's
We
still
gonna have to
one
work on
that
this
needs
one.
to
I'm
be
sorry.
worked on. So Madam Deputy
Yeah.
Clerk, would you please take the roll on this
We
item?
retable.
Yes. Yes,
To table.
to table.
Councilwoman Martin,
No.
Councilwoman Anderson,
Yes.
Council President Robinson,
No.
Council President Thomas.
Yes, to table. This item has been tabled.
Damned if we do, damned if we don't. We ain't gonna get out of this alive.
Moving on to item 8 of the administration. This is the resolution of reconsideration for reappointment of Annie Zobel and Jeffrey Harris to the Historic Commission. City Council, what's your pleasure?
Council President,
Yes, sir.
I tell you, can we discuss it before we vote on it? Or
We
is
need to
that
make a
against the
motion
rules?
to do, you need to take motion, we need to make a motion to
Okay.
take action and then
Okay.
discuss.
I make a motion to approve with discussions.
We have a motion on the floor from
Support.
Councilman Ashafi, support, but that was you, Ms. Manica?
Mm-hmm.
From Ms. Manica. Okay, the floor is open to you, Mr. Ashafi.
Okay, Council President,
Yes,
so
sir.
we brought, so this matter was brought back to us, even though we voted on it last week. Last council meeting, this matter was brought back to us. So since it's back in our presence, I must address it.
Please.
Okay, so, somebody made the statement that we asked, where did she come from? Everybody in this city knows who Ann Zobel is. I know who Ann Zobel was before I met Ann Zobel. So everybody know who's Ann Zobel is. So I didn't hear a council member ask that question. But what I have a problem with is we asked for something to be done. When you applied for the grant for the library, we asked that the application you submitted be adjusted. We didn't like the wording, okay? The wording offended me. I didn't like it at all, okay? So I asked that the wording be adjusted. I asked that before the application is sent in, that a copy of that be brought back to us so we can see it and know that what you're putting in is going to be reflective of the city. I don't see myself as a Black Highland Parker. Okay, I see myself as a Highland Parker. I don't like the color scheme of it. I didn't like that at all, okay? That was not done. Instead, this council was snubbed. Nobody came back to us. The application wasn't brought to us. Nobody said anything to us about what the outcome was or when it was going to happen. I don't know who gave you the advice that it was a smart idea to just ignore what we asked you to do and then come back to us and ask us for a favor of reappointment. Whoever gave you this advice should have let you know that you don't burn a bridge in which you have to cross back over. So we ask for a little respect and a little bit of appreciation. You should have come back to this council and did exactly as we asked to be done. Nothing that is going to be said here tonight is going to change my vote from last week, and I yield back to the council.
Ms. Manica, I saw your hand.
I gave support for it, and I'm still giving support for it.
Hold on a second.
Wait, let me
Hold on a
finish,
second, Mr.
finish for you. Rescind your.
Yes, you know I'm about to.
Yes. So some things didn't happen, and it's unfortunate. Is Ms. Zobel out there? I'm not sure.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, just some things were not, I guess, handled. I agree, not just for Ms. Zobel, but a lot of people, and I've talked about it with some of the other entities. If the grant does not go through, if it fails, they should still come back and let us know that it failed or that it did not get passed. The part that I just want to make note of, actually, if I'm correct, and if I'm not, somebody please correct me. Library actually does not fall under the historical part. So in the last meeting, when I asked her, it really only deals with mostly the Ford plant, if I'm correct. So I get what you're saying, and I totally agree that we need for all the things that have been asked to come back and let us know if they've been approved or disapproved. But I just kind of wanted to make a mention that really that library piece does not fall under this particular job because it's not in that historical designation. Am I making, you understand what I'm saying? Does everybody get what I'm saying? And it wasn't made a point to be understood. It was assumed that it was under that historical job, and the library's not. That was almost like a side thing, I'm gonna say, that was being done just because she has that certification of historical. I don't know the exact terminology, but we do have that certification, and she did get that. So she kind of was able to do those grants for the library. If I'm correct, I don't think we even got it. I think it was denied. It was denied. So it really doesn't fall, just so you know. So that's just a point of information. It doesn't fall under this preview. What we need from that particular group is to work on the historical preservation or whatever's going to happen with the Model T area.
Okay, Mr. Al-Shafi.
Council President, before I make this motion, I just simply want to say that my mother taught me a lot about self-preservation. And one thing I don't do is cut off my nose to spite my face, and I don't burn bridges in which I have to walk back over. Something was asked, and we asked very respectfully. And to have a person turn around and spit in our face as if we not significant enough for you to come back and do like we asked you to do, but yet you need us to do something for you now. You don't get to spit in my face and disrespect this council and then ask me, hey, can you reappoint me? I don't think so. Respect must be given. You respected the previous council, you need to respect this council. And having said that, Council President, I rescind my motion of approval.
So for item 8, the administration resolution to reconsider for reappointment Annie Zobel and Jeffrey Harris to the Historic Commission. Mr. Al-Shafi has removed his motion. Councilwoman Manica, if you want to extend your support, you can also leave by making that motion for the reconsider of appointment. How would you like to proceed?
I move to
I made a note to Ms. Manica that Mr. Shafi has removed his support. If she would still like to keep her support, she can take over that motion and move to consider the reappointment of Annie Zobel and Jeffrey Harris. Councilwoman Manica?
I move to, reconsider the resolution of reconsideration for the reappointment of Annie Zobel and Jeffrey Harris to the Historical Commission.
Do we have support? Chair offers support. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you call the roll on item 8?
Councilman Ashafi?
Hell no.
Councilwoman Martin?
No.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Councilman Pro Tem Robinson?
No.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, motion fails 3-2. Moving on to item 9. Under community development, this is the resolution to accept $300,000 for the MI Hope Round 3 grant. City Council, how would you like to proceed?
Motion to approve, Council President.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilman El Shafi. Do we have
Second.
support? Second from Pro Tem Robinson. Do we have questions or discussion on this item? Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the roll on item 9?
Councilman Ashafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, motion carries. Moving on to item 10 for engineering. This is the resolution to accept the fiscal year 2022 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program for the United States Department of Transportation, USDOT, and the Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, of $200,000. City Council, on item 10, how would you like to proceed?
I make a motion to accept the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor from Council Pro Tem Robinson, second from Councilman El Shafi. We have questions or discussion?
Yeah, is there someone here to speak to this for?
Someone from the engineering department available for us?
Come on up here, Mr. Garrett. I know you're back there hiding. Now get on up here. What's going on? You're not gonna come up, man? Huh? Oh, okay. All right. Well, come on with it.
Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
How's it going? All right.
Good evening.
Questions?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I want you to give us a slight overview. You know, this is an engineering thing. This is y'all department all day long.
That's no problem.
Okay. So give us a slight overview, if you would, please.
So this Safe Street, this grant is set up for us to perform a study of the issues that may occur as far as with injuries or even fatalities within the city on the transportation side. And then that will allow us to create an action plan so that we can receive construction dollars to move forward in the future for future projects and developments upon the roads within the city of Highland Park.
Okay. How was Oakland coming along? It's going?
Oakland is coming along pretty
Okay.
well. Yeah, we found discovered some things on the site.
Saw them railroad tracks down there?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yep. So we're trying to move along. We wanted to make sure that the funding was going to be available and it's, for us to move forward with doing that repair.
Okay. All right. So what's the total amount of this again? I'm sorry.
The total amount of the entire thing is $250,000.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Okay.
And so the city was required with the 20% match, which was the 50,000.
What would be your estimated time of completion? If approved and you get the money, everything, how long are we looking at for that study to be completed?
So our action plan has to be in before November the 1st of 2025, I believe it is.
Okay. Yeah, it's not a lot of time.
No.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, we would have to come back to you. Once we create the action plan, we'll come back to you for you to receive it and accept it, for us to submit it.
Okay.
And then any corrections that you would have at the time, we would have to make those before we submit that plan.
Okay, perfect. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Additional questions? Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that the residents in the community want, they want the speed bumps.
Yeah.
They've been coming in for the past couple of years. People are speeding down the street.
Yeah.
So maybe this is an opportunity to study that and determine where those can go.
Yeah, see the feasibility
Last
of
year,
it.
someone came in, they wanted to get a grant, got shot down by the city because of the condition of the roads. So maybe now this is an opportunity to deal with that.
I see your hand, Ms. Manica. Ms. Manica, you have something?
Ms. Square brought up something. So the other part of that is, I was wondering, just a thought, have we considered anywhere doing cul-de-sacs again, or doing, I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but rerouting, where most people, if you have to go one way, they don't like that. You know what I mean? So this particular area has a lot of speeding or a lot of traffic due to the industrial area and people trying to go to the store, et cetera. And then we also have more children now than we've had in prior years, actually. So is there any way to consider some of that in these areas?
So safe streets is exactly what it is, it's safe streets. So you look at the study, it's signage, it's speed limits, it's cross through traffic, all of that would be in that study.
Okay.
And making recommendations to, if you need to re-sign a street, if you need a street to be a one-way that's bi-directional, all of that would go into that study. And that we would come with that study here and present and walk through what our findings are and why we're proposing. And then once that study is done, then you can go and look for construction dollars. We can say, hey, we need all this stuff, and then we don't have any dollars and we can't get anything done. And then you'll be asking me, well, you came here with the study and you didn't do anything with it. So but no, there's a lot, but the traffic calming was a big one. That's been going on for years.
Right.
So it's not just the speed humps, but what streets are they on? Why, we got streets with signage is not there. We got to get a feedback from the traffic commission. There's a lot that needs to go into that study. But we will bring a comprehensive study back and then discuss it, put it up, put it in the packet, whether it's in a workshop or whatnot, go through that, get the comments, and then submit it in its final form. And that would qualify us for future funding for construction to do all those things or things that are high priority in that study to take care of those and do that. So that's kind of what it is.
So I think that's a yes.
That's yes. That's yes. That's yes. But I'm just saying it's going to be comprehensive.
Right, no worries, no worries. I just want to make sure that was included. And I want to say years ago, it may have been, some of them may have been cul-de-sacs in some areas. So just saying.
That's the point well taken.
Thank you.
And Mr. Garrett, to her point, I can attest as somebody who lives in what I call I live in the crosshairs. So because I live on Rhode Island at John R. And Rhode Island connects across Woodward Avenue, we get a lot of cars coming through there very fast. The only other area I can think of that is more dangerous than that corner, than that stretch of John R. from the Davidson Freeway down to the city's border is the area at Puritan and Hamilton. I don't know how every other week a car hits that block barrier, or at the corner of John R. and the Service Drive, that poor woman's house that has been hit over a dozen times. The idea that since the road has been closed, the number of speeding vehicles through the cross streets has been significantly reduced. You see kids on their bikes in the street now, which was a common factor when we were growing up, but they don't see the cars flying through the streets. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that you can't get in from Oakland. So most of those cars that were speeding were flying through to Woodward Avenue. They were not hitting the brakes at all coming across the streets. California, on Farron Park. Those are the streets with the smoother ground. Winona and Beresford, where there is, and Buena Vista, of course, the potholes over there. So they avoid those streets and go to the smoother streets and will fly through. Now that Oakland area is closed off, the traffic has been reduced significantly, and we kind of like it a lot. I see your hand, Mr. Shafi. I got you.
Okay. So when you have high volume, high traffic roads and you do connectivity to those, you facilitate that so in a road network, you're supposed to have collector streets and you have arterial streets, and you kind of need to separate that traffic, or you'll have, you coming off of a 45 or higher, and then you into a residential 15, 25 miles an hour. If you connect those people are going to slingshot into those collectors. So you need to direct that traffic to a entry point when you're looking at a road network. So you put it specifically, we want traffic to enter from the arterial streets in this location, right? Not in locations that might be, on the periphery, because, you start going from, let's say, the Hamilton to Woodward, and you connect that, people just gonna be zipping back and forth through that. You might want to take one of those streets, make it a cul-de-sac, direct traffic down to another area. So all that kind of stuff is what you look at when you do one of these kind of studies.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Shopper, you had something?
Yeah, will this study include residential roads?
It's the whole network.
Okay.
Everything, all streets within Highland Park.
Because the council president mentioned Rhode Island and Hamilton and Puritan, but he forgot to mention Jocelyn. You need a whole new area over there.
Yeah, well,
That's horrible over there.
You need a moon rover to ride down that street. Yeah.
I take
But there's no speeding.
Okay.
That's why you get no speeding. You do get speeding on Geneva leaving the city.
Yeah.
You get a lot of speeding on Geneva leaving the city. You get speeding coming from Florence out of Detroit into Highland Park. You get a lot of cars until they hit those potholes.
Yeah.
These are people who are coming down Rosa Parks. They break 55 miles an hour from Puritan heading north to 6 Mile easily. You can hear them. You don't even have to. You can hear the cars. You get a sonic boom almost because they're coming through there that fast. And it's because Rosa Parks is fairly smooth. It's one of those weird places where Detroit and Highland Park abut. And so that road is very smooth, and smooth is bad for us, but it's good for drifters and speeders. And that's where we tend to get those people.
Agreed. Okay.
All right, but thank you, gentlemen, for your input. Council, do you need any more to deal with item 10?
No.
We have everything that we need from these gentlemen?
Yes, sir. I think we.
Okay, Madam Deputy Clerk, would you call the roll on item 10? Thank you, gentlemen.
Councilman Ashafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, the motion carries. So on item 11 now, this is a submission of the monthly financial statement. This is a receive and file. Council, how should we deal with item 11 here?
Motion to receive and file.
I have a motion on the floor from
Second.
Councilman Al-Shafi to receive and file, second from Councilwoman Manica. Would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ashafi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Martin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Manica?
Yes.
Council Pro Tem Robinson?
Yes.
Council President Thomas?
Yes, motion carries. You receive and file the financial statement from July. We are now in citizens' participation. Citizens will have 2 minutes, wink, wink, to discuss anything of their choosing. I believe we ended off with Ms. Fry. So Ms. Fry, I don't want to put her in front of anybody, but she had her turn and I asked her to sit, and I want to call her back up here so I can give her an opportunity to speak. Madam, if you would.
Yes, I was good meeting this evening. I hope something was accomplished. But I'm asking, and during the break, I found out that the field was deemed like Parks and Recreation or something like that. But I wanted to know if we can get some help up there in terms of filling up those potholes in the parking lot and getting some of the bush cut around the fence. The children practice football there every day and they have games coming up. And I think it'll be great if we can get some help from DPW. The game starts in 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
And the first 2 home games are here. Hope y'all come on a Sunday.
Oh, I'm there.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the citizens are invited out to Nandy's Knowledge Cafe tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We'd like to discuss citizen stuff, what's going on around Highland Park, what's happening in Highland Park. So I hope y'all come out tomorrow at 7 o'clock.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. We have any citizens that would like to be heard? Please come up, ma'am. Come on, let's work. Everybody can work their way to the podium. I'm not gonna, Ms. Washington, would you please?
Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
First of all, I want to thank our illustrious mayor that came out with a saw and a tool and cut down all of those weeds that was on that vacant house next to me, so I can see down the street. I want to thank her so much. Of course, after she came, we got some of the restaurants and some of the neighbors out to help her, but she said she was coming, and she came with her tool and she did her job, and I appreciate it so much. And I also want to say belated happy birthday to our mayor. I don't know if any of you knew it or not, but her birthday was the other day, and I think we should tell her happy birthday.
Mahone the third.
And
Nice.
today,
Nice.
compared to last week, kudos, guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
So much. Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm here on behalf of the bus that's going to Lansing on October 12th. Water, for the water problems that we're having here. We need you to you can call my number, it's on this flyer, or sign up at Nandi's, Knowledge Cafe, or you can sign up today with Gracie. She just left, she was out front, but we've been around different locations, getting people to sign up, or I can take your name and number and I'll call you or whatever, because we trying to fill up 2 buses. And right now, you know, we don't want to wait until October. So right now we have 2 buses going October the 12th, leaving at 8 a.m. Glory's Supermarket. And you can contact my number if you want. I can read it out. Dial 313-333-0993 or Charlene Turner. And this is very important. We're having a rally on the stairs of the Lansing Capitol, and we're doing the first part of the day. We're going to be talking to the state reps and senators, and then the next part, which is I think starts at 12 o'clock. Then that's when we're rallying with we got a microphone and chairs, and it's something we've just been working on and developing, and we need people to be there in order to be heard. So October the 12th, remember, it's on a Thursday morning. And hope to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does any other citizen would like to be heard?
Thank you. This is my first time to speak. All right. I live on Manchester and between Woodward and Second. The block that's between Woodward and just east of where those mechanical boxes are. I called the number that's on the sign on Woodward. I said, you need to come over here and see about your property because it looks like a wilderness. You pride yourselves on being able to acquire property. You need to take care of it because this looks a mess. And I'd like to know, when is something going to be done, please? Thank you.
Tell us how you're on. I'm looking right now on the map. You're on Manchester between.
I'm at the Bishop Moore.
That's all I need to know. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay.
But there are 2 mechanical boxes. About midways between the driveway by Bishop Moore and the driveway going around to LaBelle Towers. Anyway, it's a mess. There was a pile of trash that had been there for a very long time, and it was removed, thank God. But the grass needs to be cut because there was a tree that was cut down and it was about that much left. Well, what's growing out of it now due to all this rain, it's taller than I am. That's not, we shouldn't be allowed to get like that. So please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing that information.
Take care of that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional citizens that would like to be heard?
Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Harvey? Mr. Harvey, please go ahead.
Good evening again, council. Again, Nathan Harvey, resident, business owner. The mayor and I had a sidebar after citizens' participation earlier. She did not convince me that opting out of recreational marijuana was a good idea. So I have to reiterate, we need to keep the process moving on generating an ordinance that's actually going to work for the city of Highland Park. As Ms. Burton pointed out, opting out of this recreational marijuana does nothing with respect to folks that have commercial caregiver grows at any location, at any business location in the city. It does nothing. So you're going to have to do some kind of action to address that.
Council President?
We'll do it during council affairs, because I want to jump in here too.
Okay,
We
yeah.
both, we'll be over the 3 minutes in no time between the two of us.
Okay.
So, Mr.
Okay, cool. I wait. I wait. I wait. Yeah.
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Additional citizens that would like to be heard?
Watch out, watch out.
Sorry, brother.
Good evening again. I just wanted to finish up my presentation because I was cut off.
Yes,
The last thing I had to say was Avalon Village would like to purchase 55 Avalon to consistently and enthusiastically continue to transform blight to beauty in Highland Park and grow fresh produce for our residents and train our youth on food security. Also, in closing, why are you here, PMP 51 Avalon LLC, really? Because I talked to y'all dad in 2007, you came to come see me. This is more of a principle thing. This is more of a moral thing. Whatever happens or whatever y'all choose, I'm gonna live with it and I'm really, really good with it, for real, for real. You need to know that. But I talked to y'all dad back in 2017. He knew I didn't have the money or whatever for the house. Our project managers talked to them and said, you know, this woman is dealing and trying to get this house on this lot. I'm talking about 51 Avalon because we're going back. So you're adjacent to that, and that's what happened. And Mr. Lopez knocked on my door and I told him, I said, well, you know what I'm doing over there. Of course I couldn't win because I didn't have the money that y'all had, but I've been consistently fixing on the block. I wanted to let you know that. And if you can live with it, I can too, ladies. I can too. I can too. And you tell your father that too.
I know.
But you know what he did. That wasn't right.
Mama Shu, forgive me for interrupting you again too. I want to make sure
Is
that.
it 2 minutes?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, but it was just for a sidebar conversation. It would be probably best, because I got the nudge from at least two of my
Okay,
colleagues up
I'm
here
sorry.
about
I
the appropriate.
apologize or whatever
I
for
completely
that.
understand.
Another point that I also wanted to make is that that's what happens. And it also happened at 66 Avalon. There were two people that came in, they bought a house for $20,000. They tried to sell the house for $300,000 on Avalon Street. They weren't able to sell the house for $300,000. The light, it just kept going down, down, down. And apparently one of our neighbors, he bought the house, which is a good neighbor. He ended up buying, I think, $98,000 for the house. So I'm familiar with this particular move. Another thing is that I wanted to address as it relates to putting stuff on the block and the garden. Well, the garden and the streets are very, very terribly blighted, for one thing. It seems that no one even complains about when I put the lawnmower onto the grass to cut it. I'm at a risk too. And just even being able to put a dumpster to clean up the mess. There's a lot of citizens who feel that way, who want to get things cleaned up. And even though if it's not our lot, we still go ahead and cut it. We still go ahead and cut the thing. So we're at risk or whatever doing that. So I feel too, I feel the same thing. Damn if we do, damn if we don't. So I have to sit next to a block that maybe your staff can't get to. And guess what? You know, I've never complained about that in the years that I've been here, period. I've just been doing just whatever, just to make things better. So that's basically what that is and stuff. I know it's not our lots, but it's cars and lots and entertainment all over the city. I don't know how that's going to be solved if people have a lot next to them or across the street who don't want rat nests, who don't want mattresses, who don't want abandoned cars, who don't want stuff thrown all over their property and stuff, which has happened on Avalon Street. You know, Avalon used to be one of the big dope places, period, on the block. Okay, people were afraid to come on that block. Now they don't feel that way. So I want to apologize right away for putting my lawnmowers and putting our crew and putting our youth and putting volunteers over at the rescue mission to clean up, because that's exactly what was happening all the time. Nothing else, nothing else. Nothing else. So I don't feel either way about it. However y'all deal and go with it, I just hope that everybody can live with it, especially Mr. Lopez, because he know what he did. He know what he did. He didn't have business coming over there on that block, and he knew it was an active project. This is just principles right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sis.
Council President. Council President.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
It's Lackey. You have a Mr. Lopez.
Hold on a second.
Council will let me speak, Council President.
I've already allowed him.
Is that Rick Lopez?
Correct.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, just a second.
Yeah.
And you are?
Okay, I am actually, my name is Rick. I'm getting an echo. I am in a car and I pulled over. I was driving. And I'd like to make myself available to you over this Zoom call. Please excuse me for not being there, as I am taking care of my brother who had a heart attack, so I can't really leave here, the West Coast, for a little bit. I do plan to come back next time if this keeps going on. I'm a little disappointed in some of the things I've heard because I don't know where to start on that, but I can give you a little bit of a background of who I am and what we're doing, if that's important. Or if you would like to ask me questions, please, let me go ahead and do that. But I'd like to know which way would you like me to address this?
Well, this is an opportunity for you to make a comment, sir.
Okay.
About what you.
Okay, so I really don't like being slandered or all that stuff that's going on there. Someone referred to my company as PIMP, PMP. It stands for Premier Michigan Properties. What I do, it's not a huge corporation selling out Highland Park. Please save your comments for someone who knows what they're actually talking about. So what we have done, me and my sons, personally put my own money, not company money, into this community. We have bought homes, have made them beautiful, and they're available for you guys to see. We have rented it back to the community at low rates. And I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to go out there and say it. All of my renters actually are Black Afro-Americans. I'm not trying to gentrify this community as people have been stating. What we have done is put money into a community without me expecting any type of return on this. The type of money I've put into this community, I'm 61 years old, will not come back to me. It will be many, many years before this investment actually makes income. We have bought homes, have sold 0 homes in the entire time that we've been there. Okay. And I've seen people despairing, saying remarks like, I leave them abandoned. That's not true. What we do is we buy a lot. We buy a house, and if it has a lot next to it, we immediately ask for the lot, because what that does is it lets us plan how best to make this house, the best way to remodel this house and to present it back to the community. If you don't plan before you take the lot, you would have possibly remodeled the home in a way that it was not maximized or, reached its potential. So we've been asking for this lot for 6 years. And I have to tell you something. I have watched everybody else ask for lots, but when it comes to a Lopez lot, they actually table it. Guess what happened this day? They tabled it again. Why is it that everybody else gets a lot, but when it comes to a Lopez lot, they're not able to get it? What's different about us that is not different about the rest of the people asking for lots? That you must ask yourself, because we pay our taxes on time, all the time. We are one of the biggest contributors of tax money for this city. If I were to stop paying taxes, you might go broke. And it'll take 3 years for you guys to take away my lots and my homes because I can stop paying taxes.
And Mr. Lopez, we reached the end of your 3 minutes. I don't mean to be rude, but I do that to everybody. Thank you so much for your input. Thank you so much for your comment as well. Do we have any additional citizens that want to be heard? Okay.
Honorable council member and mayor's comment. My name is Reginald Dover. I've lived in Highland Park all my life.
Can I get you to speak in the microphone? We have some challenges
I've
here.
lived in Highland Park all my life. I'm 66 years old. Aki, you asked the question, what's the middle ground and what to do?
Yes, please.
I lost a couple properties and a lot a couple years ago. I purchased a new land bank on Grove and Second. Why? Because I couldn't maintain that area, or because I didn't bring that area up to code within 6 months. Presently, I'm on Candler between John R. and what's that? Rush. And I'm leasing to own. As soon as I moved in, because of the previous owner had destroyed the home, I had to rent a dumpster and move everything out of that home. It wasn't 24 hours before arbitrarily, somebody in an ordinance car pulled up and told me I had to move it, I was gonna get fined. But I look at everything around my home right now, and it's blighted, it's filthy. It's all kind of debris and everything else there. Now, when I first met Mama Shu 5 years ago, when they did the documentary, she was humble and she's doing what she's supposed to do. Mr. Lopez says that he's owned this home, I don't know for how long, but what has he done to maintain it and improve it? You're asking for a middle ground. The middle ground is in the ordinance. Has he improved it since he bought it? If he hasn't, that's it. Oh, that's it.
Thank you, sir. We have any additional citizens that would like to be heard?
So I was gonna say something before Mr. Lopez spoke. And I don't even need to say it anymore because he said some stuff that I think everybody heard, and I'm not gonna just repeat it or try to instigate that. You heard it with your own ears, you make your own decision. But I do want to go back to the rat holes that was there, and a kid could have got bit by those rats. And so that would have been a natural thing that would have happened. Other than that, city should have been able to do it. Like Mama Shu said, she didn't complain. We got out there and we started cleaning that stuff up, and we dug and we dug and we dug with bulldozers. And another thing was said by one of the council people about it being fair for the both sides because they were residents. Then the Lopez's are not residents. Mama Shu is residents. A lot of us over here are residents. They're not residents, they're a business. No, you're not a big corporation, but you are a business, and you're gonna present houses back to us with you getting paid, going to another state, not us. Because I don't think he's gonna live with us in Highland Park. I just wanted to say that. They're not residents.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, ma'am.
Afternoon, Council, good afternoon, residents of Highland Park. My name is Tammy Stafford, and I live on Farron Park and Highland Park. And my first question is for the mayor. Is the mayor still here?
She's probably on the line.
Okay. I just wanted her to give us either a website or a phone number that we can call in order for the senior citizens to get help fixing their homes for that program, for that grant.
Okay.
And that wasn't provided. And also, I live on Farron Park, and I live on the last block of Farron Park between Oakland and Brush. And there is a lot of traffic there from the freeways. And it's also a lot of traffic from the plants over there when people get off of work, go to work, and they also going to lunch and everything, people speeding down the streets. So from Bisford, Winona, and Farron Park, it does need speed bumps over there. And another thing, the 2 apartment buildings on Woodward and Farron Park, that's like adjacent to each other on the side of the island. I would like to know like who owns those, because several years ago, I guess it was the owner and they didn't come up with the money or something. What is going to be done about that?
Okay, those are real estate questions go to the administration, but I know the mayor is listening. She typically takes notes during this section. And so she'll more than likely, tell me, state your name again for the record.
Tammy Stafford.
Tammy Stafford. So she was probably gonna try and get back to you.
Okay, and also, I know seniors that need like handicap signs in front of their homes, and they came to the city county building and they were told to go to the department where, you know, you get a listing of the homes in Highland Park.
The real estate division.
Yeah, and so he, I forgot the young man's name, but he instructed one of the seniors to go up to the water department and ask for the engineering department. And when we got up there, they didn't even know what was what. So you still don't know where to get handicap signs in front of your home. So we need answers to that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then last question, I have a home that I have purchased, and a while ago, a guy had retired from the water company, and he had put rocks inside of the, I don't even know what you call it, the spout in front of the sidewalk or whatever. So I got a call from the water department, and they was like, well, we know that the water is off in the home because we came out and inspected. Yeah, because I let you in. And then they didn't know why the water was still on the street part where the little spout is. And I told her, look, that's been several decades ago. That's never been fixed. So that's not on me.
So let me ask you this question. Gentleman from the water department, is there any way that you can get contact information or share with this young lady so she can get those questions answered? They can probably help you address that too, ma'am. And your 3 minutes is giving you 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm done.
Is up.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
How you doing? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I just got a real quick comment and then I'll sit down. I'm from Detroit, so Highland Park, Detroit is still pretty much the same city. I consider us all just one people. I'm also in Michigan International Guard. So when I heard that disrespect coming from PMP or whoever, it kind of peeved me off a little bit. The fact that I don't even really know Ms. Shu or PMP, whatever, but I know disrespectful connotations when I hear it. And if that's his kid sitting here with, or he's listening or whoever's listening, y'all can't have that line. Because why would you disrespect these people like that? Or allow your daddy to get on here and disrespect them like that? These people are new, they're trying to figure something out, they're trying to do you a favor. The fact that they kept saying that, you know, hey, if I pull my money out, y'all go broke. I don't want to, I'm not speaking for Highland Park, I'm not city council, I'm just speaking from personal experience and working with bigger companies than yours. There's always a big shark that'll come in, and they'll be happy to pay whatever they say. So, you know, just from me talking to you all, don't let them have that, because they disrespecting us by just saying, oh, black people. If they're bringing up that connotation, that's not the people that's not the money that you want. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I had some other concerns. So pretty much, I wasn't going to address that. I guess I'll stay on that topic. I'm gonna talk to the Highland Parkers. As a people, especially as African Americans, we have to learn to do business and understand politics. So I understand how people feel, but this isn't a place of feelings or what you think. It's about what's occurring. This city hasn't done any public sales according to Martha Scott almost 20 years. Is that what she said?
Yes.
So pretty much, if you got a property in this city, you didn't go through a public auction. So technically, this is the issue I'm having. We need to have some corrections when it comes to that, because the last council left y'all a lot of mess. And y'all sitting here and y'all keep saying, oh, we didn't know, we're trying to fix it. No, they need to be here. They need to have an investigation, because a large amount of property was sold before y'all got in here.
That's right.
And then it happens every mayor term since this city has been functioning.
That's right.
It's bills, it's properties with water bills in the millions. How are you going to collect that water? Because I'm confused on, I'm getting lots from the county and the state. When I come to the city, it's too much hassle trying to get a city property. When I go to them, it's already a sewage and a water fee on every property now. They're not even telling you all that. So I'm already locked out. And this is where we talk about generational wealth. I don't see generational wealth from my generation. The millennials and those coming after, y'all forgot about us. Because everybody sat here while these houses were dilapidated. And then nobody done. I'm not looking at the woman, I'm looking at the man. That's why I keep making contact with y'all. So I'm gonna give y'all a shout out. Y'all did good today. Y'all not arguing, y'all not fighting. I'm giving you a shout out because you didn't say nothing about the mayor. Y'all actually had a dialogue. And then this is the best y'all done since y'all been on council in 8 months. Y'all haven't argued, y'all haven't fought, and y'all actually got on the agenda, and y'all actually was able to hit the bullet points and have a discussion. But the issue I'm having now is people got to go to jail. And y'all being friends because y'all went to school with them, y'all live with them, y'all sitting here trying to advocate for people. It is no reason why, for example, because I know I'm all over the place, because this is not my talking point. The college. I'm looking at, I want eminent domain on the next agenda. I want to know, when does eminent domain comes into place? When you sit here, you have assets vital to the city, and you're sitting and you're doing nothing. He's in Nicaragua right now on his Facebook chilling. And he has a community college. You all still have your college permission pretty much to have a college status. So you can do an online nursing and an online education school, which used to be #1 in the state in. It's no reason why you all are sitting here saying you can't find no money. And maybe it's the Detroit hustling, because I'm sitting here like I see nothing but money. When you put me on a TV and I'm dribbling a ball or I'm rapping, that's money. Black people make money when we get in the room. It's the fact that you got the movie license. You go on the website, it says Highland Park, you can get a movie production license. You all haven't taken advantage of that. It's no studios, it's no music scene. I said I want Forward Park to be Hart Plaza. I want the African Festival that got kicked out downtown, the Jazz Festival that can't afford rent, and the Rib Festival that couldn't, they were selling ribs for $2 or $20 for 2 racks. Get them a space that they can actually function. You having block parties and you having just ghetto events is not bringing money for the city. Nobody's pulling licenses, and that's a legal issue. I don't want to keep around. I know it's time, but this is what I wanted to talk about. The internet, that website is trash. That website's been the same website for almost 10 to 15 years. You have stuff from the 90s, from the 2000s. I can't find an ordinance. I can't find the minutes. I don't know what was signed, can I talk?
No,
because I know
sir.
you got to go, but this is.
We normally do 2 minutes.
But this
I'm
is
giving you 3.
This is what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying, but this is your second time that so so far you done had 6.
Okay.
Fair, I'm just saying, being fair.
Legally. Wait.
No. I'm just saying, everybody gets their 3 minutes or 2 minutes. You got a minute plus 1. But please come back.
I got work. I can't come.
I got 2 jobs. Please come back to the next council meeting. You're welcome. All right. How you doing, Ms. Ford?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay,
Good evening.
my first question is, I've been asking about a property on Buena Vista, which is 187, 189 West Buena Vista. And I was told, or I understood, that it was to be demolished and nothing has been done yet, but the money is there. So I want to know about that property. I'm putting it back out on the record. When can I get something done? School is getting ready to start back. I won't be sitting on the porch drinking coffee, watching everybody. So I need to know when that property is coming down. Also, Mr. Shopping.
Yes, ma'am.
We just had this conversation 2 weeks ago. I would like a public apology on the way you beat on that table. And I understand your passion. Don't get me wrong. But as I stated to you in private and before.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a way to do things and a way to say things. So me personally, I would like a public apology when it comes time for you to do your council wrap up.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
To everybody else, we had a good meeting. I understand we have a lot of problems. Mama Shu has done a wonderful job over there. To the 2 young men, I was very highly offended by what their dad said. I mean, I am Black. That's all I can say.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, seeing no more people, I have public comment from the chief.
Hey, Chief.
We'll close it out with you, chief.
How you guys doing?
All right.
All right.
Yeah, you pull it up and talk.
Does it work?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Just hold it in your hand.
Doesn't work anymore.
Yes, still working.
All right. I'll be honest with you. Every week I advocate for a new system here. But so I wanted to come up because last week Councilman Ashafi made some comments about the police department. And I believe he got those comments from a third party. So I don't fault him for making them. However, I wish he would have came and spoke to me prior to making them.
Okay.
And we had that discussion. But I want to set some things straight. We had a homicide on July 23rd of this year at one of the local bars. Councilman had stated that it took us a tremendous amount of time to respond, and that ultimately the Detroit police responded before we did. and that he insinuated that possibly this young man may have lived had we responded faster. To me, that really bothered me, and it hurt me because I feel that that causes the community to lose faith in the police department. I'm willing to take responsibility for where we have our issues, and we're not perfect, and we have issues, and I'm first to admit that. But we are definitely working on our issues and improving our police department daily, whether it's hiring more officers, whether it's disciplining bad officers and getting rid of bad officers, whether it's new programs and trying to be more community involved. Every week or every month I sit with the chief, and not once has Mr. Shafi made it there.
I have not been there.
Yet tonight, he says he has no faith in our police department to police and to handle business. Well, I'm willing to have an open forum and have those discussions, because if someone doesn't have faith in us, I want to know why. And I want to address those issues. I don't like people just making statements that I don't think the police can handle. We can certainly handle it. I don't make comments about the council when I feel that there's things that are done inappropriately, because that's a discussion I would have directly with you guys as individuals. Okay? I don't want the public to lose faith in this police department. Anytime you have specific concerns in the past, I've addressed them in a very timely manner. So for me, it's very discouraging. And I know it's discouraging to the men and women who work tirelessly and put their lives on the line for this city every day, to say that you don't have faith in them. And I hope to change that dialogue. And so in terms of that homicide that occurred, 911 received their first call at 12:40 and 44 seconds. The call was dispatched to Highland Park. Several of our units, 1613, 16109, 16K91, 16 Charlie 1, and 16100 at 12:41 and 46 seconds. So a minute after 911 received the call, they dispatched it to us. At 12:43 and 34 seconds, which was 2 minutes and 50 seconds from the first call, 1 minute and 50 seconds from the time we were dispatched, our first officers arrived on scene. They arrived to a crowd that did not appear to be alarmed. However, they informed one of our officers that the man was on the side of the building shot. Officers then responded to the male lying on the side of the building and immediately called for rapid response, which is our ambulance service. Officers at 12:44 and 26 seconds, officers began rendering aid to that individual. They started chest compressions, opening the airway, and all of that stuff. He suffered numerous shots, and unfortunately, and he later succumbed to those injuries. At 12:45, two black females arrived on scene and physically attacked our officers that were rendering aid. And they began robbing the person of his belongings, including cash and jewelry. The officers attempted to stop that while still rendering life-saving aid. As a result of that, they contacted DPD and said, we need additional units. Now, mind you, there was already 5 units on scene. They needed more units because the crowd, once they saw what this individual was possessing, they wanted to rob him of it. No one cared about this poor guy who's lying in the parking lot, shot. They robbed him. So when you say that you received third-party information from people on scene, that disgusts me, because the people on scene, no one rendered aid to that individual. No one said, get the hell away from him, stop robbing him, treat him with respect. No one said that. Instead, they come to you and say the police didn't do their damn job, which is not true. Okay. So rapid response arrived on scene 3 minutes and 4 seconds after call for service, not 20 minutes like you had stated. Rapid response has a policy. They do not arrive on scene unless the scene is secure. It was far from secured at that time. People were rambling everywhere, stealing from the individual, fighting with the police, but yet rapid response took it upon themselves to say, hell with that, we're gonna deal with this individual, we're gonna get in and get out. And they did their job. So we continue to maintain life-saving efforts, and unfortunately, this individual succumbed to that. I say all that to say, we need to work together as a council and a police department and a city. It's not gonna be worth it for me to get up here and badmouth you guys and talk about my disappointments, or you guys to badmouth the police department and talk about your disappointments in public when no one can do anything about it in this forum. Now, if we want to have a meeting, come to the sit with the chief. It's on Wednesday. Let's have an open discussion about what your concerns are and why you don't have faith in the police department and anyone else who doesn't have faith in this police department. Because I guarantee, just like this situation, you don't have all the facts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're gonna close out public comments. Thank you, everybody. What I would love to see is this number of people at every council meeting. You set the temperature. This is a meeting for your city council, but I would like to see this many people here to hold us accountable, to see what we're doing, to offer us some insight. I got a whole lot of phone calls between this meeting and the last meeting. I talked to a whole lot of people. Had people pulling me over on the street. I like that. I like to provide that service to my clients. So right now, we're going to turn it over to Council Affairs, starting with Councilman from the 3rd District, Mr. El Shafi. The floor is yours.
All right, Chief, I got you first. For the record, the third party that I got the information from were residents who were actually there at the scene and saw what they saw. And I didn't solicit that information. They came to me with it, which is what residents do. Okay, so they may have their timing off. I went with what the residents told me, and I do take their words over everybody else's word. I believe in the residents more than I believe in anybody. This police department, whether you like it or not, Chief, it's got the shittiest track record I've ever seen in my life. Pardon my language. Okay, it's got the worst. Okay, and we have to do better for the residents of Highland Park. Okay, so I'm not picking on anybody per se. I was relaying to you what was relayed to me. Okay, Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
With regards to the marijuana.
Yes.
You understand that there are 3 marijuana laws, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a recreational marijuana, there's the medical marijuana, and then there's the caregiver. Okay, the caregiver law protects the residents who grow in their homes. It's specifically designed for the residents because they legalized marijuana here in the state of Michigan. They don't want the residents to be prosecuted for what they enjoy to do. Okay, the same way that they're protected by buying alcohol. Okay, the caregiver law does not apply to commercial or industrial businesses, which is what they're doing right now. They're illegally operating in these commercial and industrial businesses under the caregiver law. It's illegal what they're doing. So right. So the reason that I was for opting out, I want to opt out and clean the slate. The city needs to be improved. We are not getting any revenue from these people who are illegally occupying in our city. You can't come here and suckle at the teat of Highland Park and don't pay tribute to the residents who have fought enslaved to keep this city up and running for as long as they have done so. Okay, we should have been taken out back when the water plant got took over. Okay, but Highland Parkers are tough. They never thought we would survive this long. Here we are. They thought once they shut that plant down, they had us. They didn't. We're still here. We're still fighting and we're not going nowhere. And I'll be damned if I'm going to sit back and watch people come into this city, abuse and misuse this city, don't follow the rules and think they can do whatever the hell it is they want to do. And we're supposed to accept it and smile about it. There's a lot that needs to be done. So by opting out, we clean the slate. Now the state can come in. We can reach out to Laura and let them know that these businesses are operating. I'm pretty sure they're operating outside of the law in which they are currently claiming that they're operating in. Because if they're claiming the caregiver law, they definitely operating outside the law. Okay? So now Laura can come in with the state police and we can clean house. Everybody can go. And then council can have the right to start over fresh. If that start over fresh is with me at the end of the year, then so be it. If it's not, then so be it. But council has the right to start over fresh without all the chaos and the hell that has ensued over the last 5 years of this ordinance coming into play. So much has been lost. So much money has been spent fighting something that shouldn't have been fought in the first place. Okay, even when we attempted to save the ordinance, we were beat up about it. Oh, we're in somebody's pocket. Somebody's got us on the payroll. We belong to somebody else. I sure love to know who that individual is because I could use some money. I'm broke. Okay, I don't belong to nobody. Who I belong to is the residents of Highland Park. I belong to you. I will continue to belong to you, and I will continue to fight as you see fit for me to fight. Now, at any time you're tired of my service, by all means, as God is my witness, you have the right to remove me. And very few council members have ever opened their mouth and made that statement. I'm more than happy to step down if you're sick of looking at me and you're tired of hearing me talk. But as long as you got me sitting up here, we're going to abide by the rules. We're going to follow the process. Because if I can't break the rules, why the hell should they be allowed to break them? It's unacceptable. People come into this city and do how they see fit. And we actually have some form of the city protecting them in some shape, form, or fashion. I've been on the end of that protection. I remember when Wyndham used to send the police to my house in the middle of the night, every night. We got a call for domestic violence. My wife was out of town. I'm the only one in the house with domestic violence at 2, 3 in the morning to intimidate me because I was fighting against him and the water and when he shut down the plant. So I know how it feels to be on the end of having someone who's got favor with the city using the city against another resident. I've been on the receiving end of that. It's not the first time it's been done, and it's not the last time it's been done. And I'm not taking anything away from the chief, but we have a bad track record here in this city, and it's gone on for 20 years. How much more are you going to take? How much more abuse can you stand? I talk to the residents all the time. I said, sometimes this city acts like a battered woman. You let them knock your ass around, bust your eye, bust your lip, shake you around, shove you down, then pick you back up, brush you off, give you some spaghetti and chicken dinners, and you forgive them and take them right back. How long have you done that? Yeah, it's been 20 years of that. You had council members who sat up here for 20 years. What have you got? You don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. What have you got? And then you leave us this big pile of crap sitting on this table. You gave them 20 years. You want us to fix it in less than a year. You gave them 20. I'm sorry, Miss Ford. You gave us 20. You gave them 20 years. 20 years of chaos. 20 years of pure hell. And you want us to fix this problem in less than a year. It's unfair. It's selfish of you. It's so wrong. We are being hindered in ways you have no idea. Everybody is against this council. We have to hunt for information that should be freely shared. We have to scrape and claw for everything that we get to bring to you to try to make this city better. Nobody's helping us. And they're using the fact that we're new. So they're making up rules as they go along because they know that we don't know yet. But once we find out, then they switch up again. Oh, councilman, you're right. You can do it this way and you can do it that way after we figure it out. But before we figure it out, there was a game to be played. You gave them 20 years. You can at least give us 4. You gave them 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. You can at least give us 4. It's going to take 2 years just to get caught up to speed here. This crab sandwich is big. It's very big. And the young man is right. An investigation needs to happen. So much of what is yours has been stolen, mismanaged, and misappropriated. You have no idea. As we keep digging, more and more keeps popping up every day. I've never seen so much chaos in 7 months in my life. We're at the 8th month. We're in the middle of the 8th month. So 7.5 months of chaos, not one break. I don't sleep at night. I'm up until 3, 4 in the morning. I got headaches. I'm stressed. But this is the job I chose. I chose to serve you. You can at least assist me in helping you. Don't hinder me. Help me help you. We are not naive here. We are not children. We are not childs. You can't afford to be this naive and have loyalty to anybody just because they're your friend. This is not how government works. Favoritism is what got you in the shape you're in right now. It's time to go a different way. Enough is enough. Everybody plays by the rules. Everybody gets treated the same. The city will survive and grow. But if you keep on this path that you're on, you're not going to be here in 5 years. So you have a choice to make. It's your city. This is your government. I'm your councilman. What would you like for me to do? Would you like for me to sit down and shut up and just let the dice fall where they may? Or would you like me to continue? Show of hands for continuing. If you want me to lay down, I'm more than willing to do what you ask. I promise you that. So to that I say, I love you, HP. I really do. I love this city. When I came here in 2000, I had nothing. I didn't even have a place to stay. I had my Muslim brothers that put me up. In 6 months, I bought my first home here. I've done things here that I could have never done back in Chicago. You pick the worst house in this city and you put it in Chicago, it's 90 grand and up. The worst house, the worst piece of trash you could think of here is 90 grand in Chicago. I could have never done in Chicago what I did here. This city made me. And in less than 6 years, I had 5 houses, 3 cars. I'm paying for my son to go to college, something I didn't think I could afford to do. This city made me. So why don't I give back to it? I ask for nothing in return, but that you give me an opportunity. Give me a chance to serve you the way that you should be served, how you want to be served. That's all I'm asking for. And that'll be the end of the speech.
Thank you, Mr. El Shafi.
Hold on a second, Council President. I have a request though. I do have a request. I would like to request from you an opportunity to revisit and reestablish our organizational meeting that we never got done.
Duly noted. Thank you, sir. Ms. Martin, floor is yours.
Your 350 minutes is up.
Oh, thank you. It's pretty long, huh? Sorry about that.
No, we need to hear you. It's okay. You don't even need a microphone, sir. Whew, okay. Great evening, everybody. I'm so happy that y'all here. Shafi made some really great points. Some of the things that I do want to address, Mr. Harvey, is he asleep?
No.
I am surprised that you brought up marijuana. I'm very shocked. I only say that because I know when they were talking about the water from before, I don't remember you bringing anything up or saying anything about the time that water was broken up and we couldn't talk about marijuana. We only could talk about water. So I'm shocked about that. We could probably talk about that another time because I see the look on your face like, wait, what? So we can talk about that. Another thing I want to address, Mama Shu and the Mama Shu crew. I get your message. I totally understand what all of you are saying. There is the city of Highland Park, and same thing that Ashafi was saying, but I noticed that the city of Highland Park is a business. However, in saying that, there's something that y'all created, right? Y'all created more than just Highland Park. You created, like she said, a blight. You took blight from beauty. I never saw Avalon the way it was before, but I have seen the way it is now. And it has grown and it has blossomed into something very beautiful. Mama Shu, I don't know if you remember when you first saw me, I'm also created my community also where we didn't even talk. We didn't even speak with each other. And it took time. I think we started in 2016 where we wouldn't even speak or find out how each other was doing, that I had to start creating the language of this is your neighbor. Where my kids were like, Mom, that's not our neighbor because they live behind us. And I was like, no, that is your neighbor behind you. That is your neighbor diagonal to you. That is your neighbor that looks to you across the street and y'all can look at each other from across the way. That is your neighbor. Y'all created something bigger than that. And in our neighborhood, not only did we create neighbors, we then went on to creating families within that network. Mama Shu, you have donated to a lot of the events that I've done in my own community. I don't know if people know that, Mama Shu. I don't know if you even remember donating. Even the people in my community, they brought up your name like crazy. Your name has grown, not just in Avalon. Your name has even grown to where I live. You've done some beautiful things. So I'm going to say, even though we tabled that event, I'm going to say, I just want to see pictures from what it looked like before. I already know what it looks like now. I would like to see what it has come from and what it has become. That's all I'm saying with that. And that being said, I'm also going to say District 2, Precinct 3 and 4, they've done a lot of cleanups and everything. That's awesome that they've done that. Also in District 3, and the Martin Luther King, they would love to reach out to you because they've done some cleanups. They would love to hear your voice and let you see some things that they're doing. They also want a dumpster, so they definitely reached out. I also want to say on Easton, that cultural taste fest was beautiful. The planning, the execution, I absolutely loved it. I did check that out. It was very, very nice. And on that note, guys, thank you for staying here. We did have a great meeting. This is not our first great meeting, but we haven't had many. We haven't had many. The fact that we can't even remember the last nice meeting we had. I was almost like, are we dreaming? But we did a great meeting, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Ms. Manica?
I'm actually the same way. I don't know where to start. I do know I don't want to keep us long. I want to say actually to everyone, thank you for coming. And I was hoping that our meetings would go shorter, considering I have a whole work day ahead. But nevertheless, whether it be PMP or any other company, I still say the same thing. And that actually goes for businesses and residents. We have to clean up. And if you're not cleaning up what you have, I really don't expect you to come before us and ask for anything else. So that is one thing said. The other thing, Mr. Shafi did make some great points. He's very, very passionate. So we might have to move the table when he talks. I'm not sure. But I think that sometimes it's just the way he brings it across to you. You know, sometimes he does have good points and sometimes he doesn't. But it's the way that you deliver it to your audience. And so with that being said, also, again, we have a lot of things. I said that earlier, so really no need to exactly just continue to go over all of them, but there are some ordinances that we are going to enforce. So a lot of things you bring us sometime, they're really not ours. And I hate to say it like that, but they're really not ours. But the good thing about this forum is that who they belong to, they get to hear them. The administration, DPW, and whoever else get to hear those issues. But understand that for some of us who even have been doing good, there are gonna come some ordinance, but I would think that the city would be able to work with you. So example, Shu, I know everybody talks about that light and they're talking about now, and we're saying about you having something on that property. In my mind, I can't see anybody not working with you. And so again, I have a different reason for not wanting PMP there because again, and now I have a second reason. So I don't know if Mr. I don't remember his name right now, is listening, but I think that was very disrespectful and insulting to make that assumption. And so I was taught that usually when you hear some things, then you have to know what those things mean. I have a young man who stood up a few minutes ago talking about Candler. And so one of your properties, which we actually did give you a lot. If I recall, we gave you a lot a couple of weeks ago. So now you disrespecting because you're saying we didn't give you one, or either you forgot about it. But then there also was a comment that was made that every time you purchased a home, you bought a lot. That could not be true if we here now and you asking me for a lot. So that could not be true. But what I have found is that people listen and understand he's all the way in California. So before I make this point, he made it for me. People are watching and listening from all over the world. And they're sending people, or they already have people here that have purchased and bought and have done nothing. Understand this, nothing. And we are so hard on each other for not doing nothing. But we're not hard on the people that's not here. So the gentleman made a valid point, is that when that money leaves here, whether it's being rented or not, it's not leaving and staying here per se. And if I go on Candler, Ferris, and that is my district, I know what it looks like. So you could not possibly have such beautiful homes that they wouldn't come here and say how bad that area looks. And if you really want to do something for Highland Park, you would have also got you a lawnmower and help fix that area that your property is in, not just quote unquote where you have a property. The other thing I asked, are you willing to sell it? Not sell it for an unreasonable rate. And that is part of the problem with our water situation. People are not looking at what this community is going through or has been through, whether it was what we caused or somebody else caused. But 9 times out of 10, we listened to somebody who told us something great. And then they didn't do what they said they would do. And then we didn't do anything behind it. We had no teeth. So the gentleman asked also about what do we do for that? And tonight I actually wanted to read it. I just feel like it's going to take too long. And so maybe next meeting, but we do have it. If I have to send DPW to cut your line, you're going to pay for it. Right. Yeah. You're going to pay for it. That's in the charter. And if you don't pay for it, then there's another step. And there's another step where you go to jail and pay for it. So understand that when you come before us and start talking about what you want us to do when we start doing it, there should be no question, be it out of state, in-state, resident, non-resident. Businesses, I'm asking you to also take pride in your business. Just because Highland Park owns the sidewalk or the breezeway or whatever it is, but if it's in front of your business, when do you realize that it affects your business? Because I don't want to come in there. I don't want to walk past a weed or whatever it is. I want it to look like when I get to 9 Mile or 8 Mile. Right. I want it to look like when I'm going down to Detroit. And it's no harm in you getting, I guarantee you have one. Because if I ask most of the people who have businesses or came in here a little while ago talking, they're going to tell me they leave here. But when I was born and raised here, everybody lived here. Police, fire, teachers, etc. With that being said, you have lots. Guys, you got to want some houses on those lots. I'm sorry. But you got to want some houses on those lots. so that we can gain some of that revenue and income. Say, how do we create it? We also create places because we have a lot of industrial areas. We have a lot of industrial now. So now we have to create some spaces for families that, or people who want to create family and have a tax base to come in here and live. I don't mind a renter, but hey, can we educate those renters so they can actually own their home? Yeah. So those are some things we need to look at. Again, if you check out the charter, it's 20810 for policy to resell and get a lot. For some of that teeth, it's 202.05. And those people that want to look at the charter online, and it's 202.99. Okay, maybe next time I'll get a chance to read that. But I want to say, here's the good part. Wonderful, wonderful events this month, period. I feel like I need a rest from the weekends. Okay, we've had reggae, we've had Lemon Festival. So thank you to Bishop and his crew in District 1 for the Lemon Festival. It just happened to happen at a time that so much is going on, like the Dream Cruise, etc. There was just a lot going on in our city. Big Wheel, thank you. I went to that. I couldn't stay as a judge, but wonderful. He does it all the time. And it's just the way Big Wheel likes to get you together, okay, and have fun and have family. Coming up this weekend is the Community Assistance Day at New Mount Moriah for people who need assistance in their water, etc. Also on the flyer out there, I see that they're gone. So that's a good thing. A lot of people took them. That's Wayne Metro, by the way, working with your community religious entities. If on a Saturday it's at a church, it is a collaboration between those entities and Wayne Metro to bring that in. The water department, by the way, I'm sorry, because the water department is actually there too. So the water department is trying to help the best they can, and they do send you. You go there and you have gotten a shut-off notice, they will send you directly to Wayne Metro to try to get some services. So they are collaboratively working together to help the residents with the water. Okay, there are some other programs. People mentioned My Hope, and you have MeHap, etc. that's out there. It's not that Wayne Metro's doing it, is they help facilitate. For somebody mentioned about seniors being able to be on internet and fill out the forms, that's kind of what they're used. So I'm gonna say it's on the municipality at this point to see how we can help CED to get that taken care of so seniors can apply. Okay, so that was that. Also, beautification. You missed District 1, Ms. Martin. You missed District 1 on the cleanup and the beautification. Mr. Harvey laughing back there. But if you take a look when you came in City Hall today, if you haven't been out there, there's flowers out there. The grass was cut. It's been looking nice. The property next door in the front is cut. That was done by your Citizen District Advisory Council, myself, Ms. Thompson, I don't know if she's still back there, but that is President's wife, and DPW assisted as well. And so it is the start to beautification, along with, you already know about all the dumpsters that have been out. So I would also appreciate if you see something good happening, can you come tell us? Come tell us that we did something great. And I appreciate the fact y'all said we had a good meeting today. By the way, I thought it was a great today, but I thought it was a good meeting last time, whether you know it or not. I've been watching it. I've been pegging it, when we can, and we're not always going to agree, guys. We're not always going to agree. So again, that was a start to our beautification. I'm probably missing something because at this point is late. The handicap signs, please make sure if you can get me a list of those seniors, because that sounds like that's my district. I said the left by has the seniors. And so I hope, Mr. Harvey, I cannot forget you. Ms. Martin said the same thing, and I told you last week, I'm kind of shocked. I want the apartment building. Can I get the apartment building? It's okay. Stay, guys. I always say stay on task and stay focused. We cannot check out of this life here. All we can do is change a class. but stay on course. And we are on the right course. Please know that we don't mean any harm. We wish you all the best, and keep doing what you do. I love you. And if I miss something, just send it to me. I apologize. I'll bring it up next time.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Pro Tem?
Hello, everybody. I thank you guys for coming out tonight. I don't see my pastor, but I do see my sister Joyce. Just want to thank y'all. And I want to state for the record again, that since January the 4th, I've been trying to put some teeth into our blight ordinances because I have some PMPs on my block that need to take care of their property. It's all over the city, and we have to put some real teeth into our blight ordinance so we can make them do what they're supposed to do in our city. I love Highland Park. And I just want to thank y'all, and I love y'all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So we are still at the end of, we're still in summer. This is technically the end of summer. I would like to encourage citizens to start to look at their weatherization projects for fall. This is the perfect time to caulk around your windows. Any winter weatherization activity that you want to get started, it's ideal to start that during warm weather, putting insulation under your crawl spaces and your walls. That is a project I would like for citizens to actively be engaged in. The first week of school is coming up next week. Please be mindful of the fact that we will have young children out in the street. They have not been going up and down the street to school. They will not know how to act. They will need to be reminded. We also have to start to stare down some of these cars that are flying down our streets. I make it a habit to step to the curb when I see somebody going at a high speed. I want them to see me, seeing them driving down the street. So if something don't go right, I can identify the car, maybe get a license plate, look these people in their face. Our babies are going to be out here walking. So those of you who have children going to school, please remind them to be mindful that although the weather is breaking and school is starting, that doesn't mean the people who drive stupid are going to be paying attention. So we have to make sure that our kids pay attention. Lastly, we can write an ordinance starting now. What I tell all of my clients, what I tell all of my customers, what I tell all of my students, I'm going to give you back twice what you give me, whatever that is. So you give me 100%, you're going to get more than that back from me. This is an arrangement I've had with everybody I work with. I match energy. I'm going to give you back what you give to me under whatever the circumstances are. It appears now unencumbered that this city council has an opportunity to sit down in the open and deal with this controversial issue. And I will sit in the middle as the chair because I don't have any personal feelings about it one way or the other. I asked from the beginning of the year, as it relates to the workshop, send me something in writing and make that request. Mr. Al-Shafi did that. He asked for a workshop. We would have had it today, but again, we had a pending legal issue from the administration hanging over city council. And I would like to make it clear that city council and the administration are two different bodies. It will be my preference that we act unencumbered and we won't have anything lingering from one body over the other. Meaning moving forward as we deal with this ordinance or any other ordinance, we won't have the issue of pending litigation. And as long as the requests come in and we have an adequate amount of time and there's documents that can be read and perused with all members, share with our lawyers to offer us advice and that allow us to go back and do diligence on our own, we can move forward with those items. I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for hanging with us to nearly 11 o'clock. And I really would like to see this many people in council meetings on a regular basis. I will be delighted to see these chairs filled. Having completed all business related to the city of Highland Park, the chair is open to hearing a motion for adjournment.
Council President?
Yes, sir.
Before we say that, I just simply want to say to Mrs. Ford, I apologize publicly for slamming my hand on this table. You have pre-warned me ahead of times. I apologize. And having said that, I move to close.
We have a motion from Mr. Al-Shafi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting
Aye.
adjourned at 10:53 p.m. Have a good night.